Hey everybody, welcome back to the stream. Hope you guys are having a good afternoon. I am back with some more Legacy, Steel, and Sorcery. I've been getting asked quite a lot, actually, if I would play some more of this, and I figured today was a good day to do it. If you don't know, Dark and Darker actually released a announcement this morning. The game is getting a halfway wipe. I don't exactly understand the purpose, but they're going to be wiping the game, but without the new content that we usually get. So I'm not really sure what's going on there, but the date of the wipe is kind of outside, or it conflicts with the playtest that I'm planning to try out, so I probably won't be playing that at all. Most likely, at least. I don't know how other people feel about that, but I probably am not really going to look into that too much. I'm going to assume that the reason they're doing this is primarily so that way they can remove the solo duo and PvE before the main season. I'm not exactly sure the purpose. Maybe it's like testing the waters to see how detrimental it is to the game, but I don't know. I guess we'll find out. It's been a few days since I've played this. I don't know exactly how long, but I think it's been at least 4 or 5 days. I can remember at least. I know there's a big update coming for Legacy as well. From my understanding, it's supposed to improve loot. And I think the night map is getting a reshade to be a little bit brighter. I'm not sure exactly when that is supposed to release, but I know it's supposed to be sometime soon. Maybe in the next few days, but it's hard to say for sure. I don't think the devs ever gave a definitive timeline on that. Hype for new wipe? No, not at all. Yeah, I personally am not really. Not really. I haven't played this game in a few days, so I'm a little bit... I'm a little bit rusty at the moment. Might have to put my longbow back on. Yeah, I might have to put my longbow back on, shit. This is what happens when you don't play for a little bit. I'm actually probably gonna die here. Yeah, unlucky. I'm gonna put longbow back on. I haven't played with short bow in a while. Unlucky. Yeah. It's just been a little bit. That's unfortunate. Probably should have played the build that I'm more used to playing, since I haven't played in a while. I guess it's kind of my own fault. We need Cyclone too. We need Cyclone for Priest. Alright, it's fine. It's really not a big loss. I have infinite materials anyway. Let's try that again with the correct build. I think Swiftbow is good, but not against Priest. I think it's better against warrior, but only on crypts. I don't think the big map I should ever be using that. I guess that's my own fault, but it's been a little bit rusty. I don't think I ever in a million years lose that if I'm using longbow. So, oops. Fight's actually super easy if I have longbow. I wish I just swapped my weapon. I even thought about, too, before my game started. I even thought, like, wow, I should probably not use Swift Bow. I was practicing with it off stream a little bit, like, again, like, last week. Specifically against Warrior, but I think Longbow is, like, way better. Well, again, I just haven't played in a week. So, I wasn't warmed up at all. I think the longbow is better anyway, so it's fine. We'll just, you know, I'll just throw in the, like, correct hit. It's really not a big deal. Just give me a minute, and then we'll go from there. I always die my first game one anyway. I'm used to it at this point. What we need. Yeah, Swippo is only really useful, I think, on crypts, and specifically against, like, Rogue and Warrior. I think on, like, day map and night map, Longbow is just strictly better. I probably could have won that if I wasn't so rusty. Okay, we're ready for real this time. We're ready for real now. We won't make that mistake again. We're good. It's fine. Let's do it. Like 800 players. I mean, I'm not that surprised. I don't know. Anyone that was expecting this game to have higher than like 1,000 players after like the initial wipe was not being realistic. I'm not that surprised. I still have fun with it though, so I don't really care. Started playing this game because of me. Well, that's cool, Eric. The rogue wizard from yesterday? Oh, you mean from stream? Oh, okay. I'm doing alright now. Welcome. Taking a break from dad. I'm really trying to not play dad on my channel any more than I have to, you know? Think about that semi-wipe. Oh, I think it's really stupid. It screams dying game category. I have no idea what they're thinking with that. It seems like a desperate way to just try to get more players. I really don't know what they're doing, to be honest. I'm personally not gonna participate in it though. Game has no potential. Dark and darker. Yeah, I mean I agree with you. Yeah, they've kind of squandered all their potential at this point. So we're just waiting for like the next game to kind of take over. And, you know, it is what it is. I don't understand what the Dark and Darker developers do. I feel like they just change axe specialization every couple days and call it a day. I don't know, man. They have 100 employees and I feel like we get no content and they don't do anything. I don't understand what they're doing. So, yeah, I'm pretty over it for sure. If that wasn't removing, you know, the 3 core game modes, I would probably at least say, yeah, it's probably not going to die off, but... Like, do I think Data's going to have any player base left if you remove the main 3 game modes that are played? No. Absolutely not. There's no way. They balance, like, League of Legends. Yeah, the difference is League is actually extremely popular, though. And I think League does more than that, right? Pretty sure they make, you know, slightly better decisions. I mean, I don't play League, I don't care about League, but I know it's a very popular game. Where did that road go? Holy shit, he vanished. Back to Dad. I don't want to play Dad, man. Like, Dad is, like, basically dead to me, man. If it wasn't for the fact that all these other games weren't out yet, I would have already uninstalled it. Like, I do not want to play Dad any more than I have to. How's this game feeling? Oh, I think it's fine. I still think it's fun. I wouldn't play it if I didn't like it. This hunter is being extremely annoying. Just sitting on some hill. I don't even know where he is. Dad doesn't need Arc Raiders to release to die. I don't think it'll be a game that kills Dark and Darker. Dark and Darker will kill itself just fine. They really don't. They don't need competitors to step in order to kill their game. They're doing perfectly good on their own. SDF is a master chef at destroying his game by himself. We don't need Arc Raiders or anything. Besides that, Arc Raiders is a completely different genre anyway. Arc Raiders has nothing to do with Dark and Darker. Like, the genre doesn't even mix. Like, one is a shooter and the other one is not a shooter. It's completely different. If Dab was still doing well, I don't think Arc Raiders would even touch their numbers. I am convinced more than half of Dad's remaining player base that even still exists only play it, yeah, because there's no other game that exists. I've been saying that for a long time now. That's really the only reason to play Dad at this point, is because there's no other extraction games to play. That's it. It's sad, to be honest. There's plenty of games coming very soon. I made a whole video on it this morning. There's plenty of games coming that will replace Dark and Darker just fine. I'm sure one of them will, at least. I'm sure we'll be fine. Thinking of buying this game, what do I think? I think the game is fine to buy, personally. The balance really isn't that bad. It's not perfect, but it's good enough that I wouldn't say that it's not worth buying the game based on balance, I think. I guess I'll just reset and get my heals back. I don't see anybody, so I'll just reset, I guess. Midnight Walkers wouldn't kill Dad unless Midnight Walkers was insanely polished. I don't know if the polish is quite there yet. I think the entire community is blown away by SDF's decision making at this point. I think we're all very, very surprised at the decisions that he is making. It's really weird for sure. Warrior is the worst class in the entire game. If you're dying to Warrior at this point, it's 100% a skill issue. That class sucks ass. That is old balance talk. Warrior gets hard countered by, like, the entire roster except for, like, I guess Rogue. And that's more of a skill matchup than anything else. Like, Warrior is not good. Warrior was my main class, so you know I'm not biased, because I only played Warrior back in the old season. I do not play Warrior anymore. I just think it's terrible. It's not even worth playing. It's, like, my Warrior is now a potion collector. But it's not worth, it's just not worth it. SDF's gonna remove solos and then bring it back, and that's gonna be like the draw of the new season. It brought back content that got removed. Played Priest? I have played Priest. I don't play it actively, but I have played it before. The class is really good. I think Priest and Hunter are the best classes in the game. Either one is perfectly okay to play. Next is probably Rogue. Then Warrior and Wizard are kind of battling it out for the worst class in the game. They're both really bad. I honestly don't know which one is worse. Yeah, it's really take your pick. I mean, we haven't seen Midnight Walkers in what, a few months now. A lot of things can change in a few months if your company is actively working on your game. You know, like that is not a good example of how much work a game should have complete in a few months' time. You know, like for example, from last season to this season, what did we get? You know, a few purchased assets from the store, you know? We got PvE mode, which is getting scrapped anyway, so it's not even really content. It's fake content. What else did we get? Nothing really. We basically got 0 content this entire year. So yeah, I don't think, no way I lost that. No way I lost that? Because I didn't use my explosive arrows. I can't believe I lost that fight. Shit. Damn, I can't believe I lost that. I think I had the jump on it, too. Did I misplay? I don't know how I lost that fight. It's because I didn't use my explosive arrow, and he did. Because I just didn't use my, Yeah, if I used my explosive arrow, I would have beat him. That's my own fault. What a misplay. What a misplay. 100% I win that if I just use my explosive quicker. On me. That was super avoidable. I 100% should have won that fight. That was just a misplay on my part. I misplayed that so bad. All I had to do was use my explosive arrow in the earlier part of the fight, and that fight is already won. Wow, I feel so stupid. How do I lose that? I even had, like, the initial, like, 700 damage on him, too. Like, there's no reason I ever should have lost that fight. 100%, that's just me being stupid. Oh my god, that's so dumb. How did I do that to myself? Oh, that was a free win. That was free if I didn't misplay. It was so easy, fellas. It was so easy. The damage diff was literally just the explosion. I'm so dumb. How did I do that, man? I don't know how I did that. I can't believe it. That was such a stupid misplay. All I had to do was press my keyboard button. I'm a fool. I have so many explosive arrows too. It's like it's not like I have to be sparing. I have plenty of them too. Easy. Alright, pick 3. Don't misplay. He outgeared me? Did he? Did he have blues? Is that true? Wait, did he actually have blues on? Because I know, I think it was a misplay. I don't... No, if I hit him with the explosive arrow, which I hit all my first shots on him, I would have won that for sure. I think that was just me misplaying. I don't think that was a gear diff, was it? He was in blues? Oh, shit. Okay. Alright. I don't feel as bad then. I didn't know he was in all blues. I still misplayed, but... Yeah, that's me. That's on me. That's my own fault. Why no dark and darker? Is that a troll question? I think I made it pretty clear that I am trying to, you know, not play down on my channel anymore. I'm only gonna play it here or there. I mean, sure, I'll still play it a little bit, but I'm really trying to stop, like, playing that game. Yeah, I didn't realize he was full blues, Joe. That's unfortunate. Tough luck. Tough luck. I do think it was a misplay on my part, though, I'm telling you. If I use my explosive on the initial shot, I think the momentum is completely in my favor. Because when the explosion hits, it's also a free shock arrow, too. So I missed out on a pretty significant amount of damage there by not using it. I have a really bad habit of not using my utility. Well, the thing is, once you start, you know, drawing your bow, you can't equip the explosive arrow after you've already drawn. You have to do it first, which is a lot harder because I usually instinctively start the draw first. And then by the time I remember to use the arrow, it's already too late and I'm already in the flow of, like, you know, shooting. Is my queue busted? I never... Okay, I would say I never saw that before. I pressed cancel, but it didn't do anything. Fixed. But yeah, I did not realize that Hunter was in blue, so I guess I won't feel too bad about it. But yeah, Prod, I am mentally checked out of Dark and Darker. Like, I really do not want to... I do not want to play that game unless I have literally nothing else to play. The moment other games start coming out, you know, the other extraction games, I do not plan to return, you know? To me, it feels like Iron Mace does not respect our time as players. Because if they did, they wouldn't be removing solos and duos and PvE mode. So, in my opinion, I just... Oh, he died! I didn't know the fall killed him. Redemption! Redemption. I used my explosive arrow this time, too. See? We're improving. We're getting better. Dude, that explosive arrow was huge there. And then the wolf came out of nowhere and saved me, too. Saved. We're all good now. Look at that. Don't you love when things just go your way? He even outgeared me too, which is funny. Bonus lightning damage? Oh, that is disgusting. Oh my god, that is so gross. Yeah, he actually did have me outgeared there. Holy hell. What is the bag that holds keys? Oh, this is a, it's a soul pouch. So it can hold any item in the game, not just keys. I just choose to keep my keys there because You know, that's kind of my valuable item, you know? Trigger can negate fall damage with right click. So I know that they can in theory, but I've tried it before and it didn't work out very well. I'm gonna reset with this guy's gear set, by the way. Might as well. Since I did just lose 2 gear sets at the start of the stream, I would like to snowball our way back into not being, like, down gear set. Also, he has, like, meta gear, so, you know, this is perfectly fine. I personally don't wear blues in Greenwood Day, though. I think it's kind of stupid to wear blues here, so I'm just gonna stick to greens, personally. He didn't give me a choice. I really didn't want to fight him, but he seemed very aggressive, so. If I didn't answer it already, this is Legacy, Steel, and Sorcery. Currently, there's only 2 extraction games on the market that aren't shooters, and that is Dark and Darker and Legacy. So I come back to this game from time to time when I don't feel like playing Dark and Darker, which, you know, recently has been a good bit. Also, there was a road there. Is he exit camping or what? He looks like he's exit camping. Not sure. No, I'm just gonna leave my gears up. He won't kill me in 10 seconds, though, even if he was here. Rip Dungeon Bard? Dude, Dungeon Bard's been dead for like 8 months. It's time to move on from Dungeon Bard, man. It's over. It's over, man. Oh boy. Oy vey. Okay, and again, I am not personally going... Oh my god, he was running energy potions and blue gear. That's crazy. That is crazy work for Greenwood Day, man. Holy hell. I'm not gonna do that personally. I'm gonna just stick with my greens. I'm fine with that. If you're afraid it won't work, you can use Air Vault after right click before the ground, then it always works. Really? Okay. I'll give it a go. Maybe I'll test it out in Greenwood, so I don't have to worry about heals. Can't move on. Gameplay-wise, nothing has surpassed it. You mean surpassed Dark and Darker? Well, right now, you're not wrong, but, you know, never say never. We're getting there. There's a lot of games coming that I'm, you know, looking forward to trying. So I am sure that we'll have some games that end up competing directly with Dark and Darker in the near future. I mean, how many times have I heard from other games that people say, like, the game can never fall or can never be overtaken? I bet you the same people said that about PUBG at the time. Like, when PUBG was, like, you know, the titan in the industry for, you know, shooter battle royales, and then other companies started to take over what PUBG was doing. You know, I don't know, man. People say that. I feel like people say that about all games, and I don't think it's ever true. You can always replace a game at some time. Unless it's the calling and no one decides to make any game remotely similar to it. Unless it's that game. Feels like at least. I wait every day for a shadow drop of a game that mimics the calling one for one, so I can go back and relive the glory days. You meant Dungeonborn? Oh, I thought you meant Dark and Darker. You think no game has surpassed Dungeonborn's combat? Dungeonborn had a lot of issues, though, with their combat that the devs never really fixed, is the problem. Even when the servers closed, there were issues, like, really big combat issues that never got resolved. So I don't really know. I mean, I think that might be a little bit of bias. Don't get me wrong, I like Dungeonborn as much as the next guy did. I focused my entire channel on it for months, you know. Trust me, I really did like Dungeonborn, but I don't think the combat was perfect by any means, you know. The castle map was great though. I did love the aesthetic of that. Are you not gonna fight back? Okay. I usually assume that rogues that are naked like this, usually they're not noobs. Because noobs wouldn't take their armor off. I don't know what he's doing. Maybe he is a noob, I don't know. I guess we'll just move on. I have no idea. Prod Zen, are you not aware of solos and duos and PvE being removed this wipe? Like, are you not aware of my entire channel being focused on solo content? Are you? If you're not, then I'm gonna tell you right now, that's why I'm not planning to play Dark and Darker in the foreseeable future. If they're going to remove solos, which is my main game mode, then of course I'm not gonna play it. Prod, are you, like, brand new, or are you trolling me? I'm gonna assume that you're brand new and don't understand, so I'll explain it to you legitimately. At the start of next season, in a few weeks, whenever this mid-season thing happens, or either that, or at the start of the official season, solo HR, duo HR, and PvE mode is getting removed from the game. Yeah, I'm not trolling you. I'm being, like, legitimate here. SDF is planning to remove solo HR, duo HR, and PvE in the next few weeks / month. That is the reason that I personally, you know, that is the reason. So, yes, it is very hard for me to try to main a game like Dark and Darker when, you know, when they're removing my main game mode. think that kind of goes without saying. I'm going to assume you just didn't know that, so now you know. Yeah, I wasn't trying to be mean to you. It's just, you know, I genuinely just wasn't sure. Yeah, I just wasn't sure if you knew or not, so. But yes, that's why I'm trying to move on from Dark and Darker. No, trust me, it does suck. No, I like Dark and Darker, Prod. I like the game. I just don't like the decisions the devs are making. That's all. That is literally the only reason I don't, like, want to play it. That's it. Yeah, I'm not here to... Like, if you still want to play Dark and Darker until that gets removed, that is, you know, perfectly okay with me. No, I'm not here to tell you what to play or what not to play. I just personally have a really hard time enjoying playing Dad, knowing that they're removing my main game modes. That's my biggest issue. How to like playing trios and Dad? It was fine. I still prefer solos, but, you know, it's playable. But do I want to base my entire channel around trios? Well, the answer is no. I really don't want to do that. Did they give reason for removing solo? The only thing I've gauged is that they don't want to balance for solos, or duos, or PvE. They just only want to balance for trio. That's it. Well, this guy came out of nowhere. Dude, that guy came out of nowhere. Holy shit. What the heck, man? Where'd you come from? Honestly, it's very frustrating from my point of view. Because I've given so much time and effort and energy into Dark and Darker. It feels like such a disrespect to their play, to like us as players, you know? Like, all of us have been supporting their game for years now. To remove the core game modes from Dark and Darker is just, it feels really scummy to me. I do not want to support that company making those decisions. That is the truth. Ever played other extraction shooters? To be honest with you, I'm not really a big fan of extraction shooters. I think fantasy extraction games are more entertaining. Right now, Legacy is the only other extraction game on the market that is not a shooter. But that will not be the case for long. Come in the next few months, Prod, there are a lot of other games on my channel that I plan to cover that, you know, aren't just Dark and Darker. A lot of them also have kind of similar feels to Dark and Darker. Not the same, but, you know, there are similarities to them. Midnight Walkers and Mistfall Hunter kind of are the big ones I'm looking forward to. So, you know, I'm just kind of in this waiting period where I'm hoping that we can get some competitor games out here sooner than later. The sooner we can get other games, the better, you know. And I do plan to revisit Legacy between seasons as well, to see what they've improved on. 'Cause I like playing this game. I think it still needs some work, but it's still fun for what it's worth. I think there's a lot of people waiting for Mistfall. Mistfall was super fun to me. That was my favorite, personally. Legacy of another DB? No, I don't think so. I think the devs are way more communicative and... Like, yeah, I think the devs are working with the community way more than DB ever did. Even in the beginning, so... Seems unlikely. I think the only way this game would ever lose support is if, you know, a year went down and the updates weren't enough, and then the game just kind of dwindles and doesn't have enough players. And then, like, the money dries up or something, and they can't afford servers. That's the only way I can foresee this game ever closing. I don't think this game would ever close unless it had to close. Because I don't even think the devs have made enough money to pay for the server costs of this game. So, like, it's not like there's some secret money grab or something going on. It's, you know, I think the devs are currently losing money on having this game. Like, I don't think they've made enough money yet to pay for the cost of the servers and everything else. So, you know, to me, it seems very hard for me to imagine anything like DB would ever happen. Yeah, personally. Again, if it did happen, it's because the game just literally just because it failed. I mean, that's really it. I don't really know what else I can really say on that. Do I think it's gonna happen, though? Honestly, probably not. I don't think so, at least. It's not funded by Blizzard. It's ex-Blizzard developers, but they have, from what I've heard, they have very deep invested investors. I don't know who they are, but I know that they get quite a lot of funds from whatever company is funding them. They get money from that, you know. And I think there was something from the devs a while ago. I think they said that they're going to be okay for at least a year. So I don't think this game is in danger of not being worked on at least for a year. So, you know, good enough for me, you know. Same Wildgate. I did see Wildgate, but it's only squads of 4, and it's also not extraction, so I don't know. I thought about maybe trying it, but I don't really play team games, so. And a team of 4, that's a lot of people. It's a lot of people to be required. Rematch? No, Brad, I've never played rematch. State of the game. Okay, so I'm gonna have to clarify which game because we're talking about both Dad and Legacy. Do you mean the state of Legacy or the state of Dark and Darker? Gotta clarify first. State of Legacy. I think the game is in a decent spot. I don't think it's perfect, and I also don't think it's bad. I think it's somewhere in the middle. Like, if I was gonna give it a review, I would give it maybe like a 7 out of 10. And I think there are ways to fix that to make it higher, but it's gonna take time. And we're just not quite there yet. Like, do I think it's worth the money? I think so. You know, it's not perfect, but I think the game is fun for what it's worth. Darkner will not remove solos. Prod, have you not seen the messages from SDF? He doubled down on it, man. Like, he made multiple messages saying that he was going to remove solos. Like, he didn't say it just once. He has said it multiple times. Like, enough for me to, like, believe that he's going to remove it. If he doesn't, then it means he backtracked, but he seems very adamant on doing it. I mean, ultimately, until the game stops receiving development, I don't think it really matters, like, what the state of the game is. Like, you know, in the current moment. Like, it's still receiving active, you know, beneficial updates. So until the updates become very bad or mismanaged, or, you know, until the game, like, completely dies or something, like, in between seasons. Like, if the season launches and it's still dead, then obviously that's a problem, right? For right now, though, I think it's fine. Hey, Nova, welcome, welcome. But I mean, realistically, why should I invest more time in Dark and Darker when within the next few weeks solos will be gone from Dark? Like, why would I waste time doing it? There's no reason. It's just such a waste. Album Caves looks a little different. Yeah, just a smidge, just a smidge. It's going good, bro. It's going good. I just wanted a break from Dad today. People have been asking me to play Legacy too, so I figured I would take a day to stream this a little bit. That's the effort ruining the game on purpose. Some people from Reddit seem to think it's a big grand conspiracy. And that they want the game to die, but that makes absolutely no sense to me. I mean, why would they? I think SDF is just delusional and doesn't know what is good for his own game. And I think it's going to cause the game to die in the long run. If this season goes through, and they remove, you know, the 3 core game modes of the game and only leave Trio, I really do not think the game is going to survive. If it does, it's going to be a shell of its former self in terms of player base. Like, do you honestly think we're even going to have 10,000 players on if it's only Trio at this point? Like, I really don't think so. I don't know. Just, it feels like there's a massive disconnect between the player base and SDF. So, you know, it sucks, but I don't want to waste time on a dead game or a dying game. You know? At this point, the only dad content that even gets views is drama videos and drama streams. No one cares about watching, like, there's no dad content to make anymore. Like, everyone is, I feel like there's so many people that are so checked out on the game, I don't even want to make the content anyway, but, like, I'll make some news videos every once in a while. We'll make some drama videos, I guess, but that's, I mean, there's nothing left, man. It just is what it is. That's not like I want it to die. At this point, I've become more spiteful of SDF, and I don't even care if it does or not anymore. But, you know, if you asked me 6 months ago if I wanted Dad to die, I would have told you absolutely not. My opinion has only really changed because I'm just so sick of the BS. Just realized my buttons are off. I don't know why that was swapped over, but it's fine. Could you explain swiftness and why you sometimes do 700 damage than 200? Swiftness does not increase the damage. It only increases your stamina recovery and how quick you can shoot. There is no influence on damage. You're thinking of it because of the full charge versus the half charge. A full charge longbow is going to do a lot more damage than a half charge longbow will. That's really all it comes down to. And, you know, contrary to popular belief, I really don't enjoy being negative all the time about Dark and Darker. I would rather be positive about the game. But SDF doesn't give me anything to be positive about, so what am I supposed to do? It almost feels like people expect me to be positive and just be happy that SDF is removing my main game mode. You know? Like, how am I supposed to even reply or respond to that kind of stuff, you know? Yeah, I'd much rather Dad be in a better state. I mean, why wouldn't I want it to be in a better state? I mean, I've focused my entire channel on Dark and Darker. Why would I want Dark and Darker to die? That makes no sense. I mean, if there's anybody who would want Dark and Darker to be alive and well, it would be, you know, someone like me who makes content on the game. Like, why would I want it to do bad? I mean, makes no sense. I put over 3,000 hours in that game. But the devs don't respect their players, so how can I possibly be, you know, how can I possibly be positive about them? Just can't do it. Rumors about Mistfall on June 22nd. I doubt it. I doubt it. If that happens, huge. But I messaged the dev a few days ago, and they told me that they had no info to share yet. Like, nothing new. So, if there is something, it's a big secret. Yeah, I would give anything to be able to play Mistfall that soon again. That would be sick. I mean, Spinal, you know, people can have different opinions, right? Just because you don't like a game doesn't mean other people can't like the same game. I don't really think I have to tell you that. I think you already know that. Spinal, you're just being heavily opinionated based on your own personal bias. That's not how that works. I mean, there are quite a bit of people who enjoy playing this game. I don't care if you like this game or not, man. The devs aren't paying me to sell you this game. If you don't like it, that's perfectly fine. I don't. Doesn't bother me one way or the other whether you do or not. That's on you, right? But to say nobody can like this game because I don't like this game is, you know, your own personal bias. That's not really how that works. Oh, we're running out of space again. Alright. I might have to start vendoring stuff. That would be crazy if Nexon was like under the table paying SDF to burn his game into the ground to like get out of paying the court fees or something. That would be insane. No, that's a grand conspiracy though. That is a tinfoil hat conspiracy that even I don't think is true. I think SDF is just out of touch. I don't think he's, you know, I don't think it's like that. That's a little bit crazy even for me. And I'm all for the drama. Gripster, you know Dark and Darker has been out for like 3 years plus, and Legacy's been out for a few months, right? Do you realize that you're comparing games that are nearly 3 years development apart from each other? Are you aware of that? I'm assuming you are, but you know, it's just easy to pretend like you're not aware of it, I guess. Dark and Darker also had the advantage of going first. Also, Dark and Darker having only 800 viewers is, quite frankly, very bad for their game. Like, that is really bad. They should have way more viewers than that. The reason they don't, pretty obvious. Devs are ruining their game, right? The night map is too dark. That's, quite honestly, that's the problem. I won't play night map because I can't see. It's also really bad for my viewer perspective. Like, everyone always tells me when I play night map that they can't see anything. So, I'd rather just play day map where I can see and the viewers can see and we're all happy. Yeah. That's what you're saying, Legacy's doing good? Oh, okay, then we're in agreement then. Grips here, when you said that initially, I thought you were saying that that was a nod to how bad Legacy is doing and how good Dark and Darker is doing. So that's why I was a little bit confused. I thought you were... Okay. So we're on the same page then. I get it now. Okay. No, I'm with you. I'm 100% with you. Yeah, people have asked me to compare Legacy versus, you know, Dark and Darker in terms of content and, like, playability. The reality is Legacy's been out for so much less time than Dark and Darker that I don't think it's really a fair comparison to make in the first place. At best, you could compare this game to, like, playtest... I don't know, like an early playtest of Dark and Darker. That would be the same time frame that you would want to look at, right? Also, you want to talk about conspiracies? I'll give you one that I actually am starting to believe. Dark and Darker's development has slowed to a snail's pace. I am starting to truly believe that they did steal the game from Nexon, and that is the only reason they were able to make content in the beginning so quickly. It makes no sense that they have a team of 100 employees, and they're barely able to do anything on the game. Like, even minor changes, they don't know how to do. Like, they don't even know how to... They don't even know how to make a quiver, man. It makes no sense. The stuff is not adding up. It feels like the only thing they know how to do is buy stuff from the asset store and then throw it in their game. I don't understand. It really makes me think the lawsuit that they lost, by the way, was, you know, accurate. And I was Iron Mace's biggest defender. I was full on, fuck Nexon, whatever. I was all on board. But as the dust settles, I'm starting to... I still hate Nexon, by the way. I still do not care at all about Nexon. Just to be clear. But, yeah, I'm starting to wonder how much of the game Iron Mace really did steal in order to make their game so quickly. But it does seem weird to me how little they've been able to do with so many employees. How's Legacy? You know pretty much nothing about it. You're hesitant because of third person. It's not a bad thing, just different. Milk, the best way I could possibly describe it... How would I even really describe it? I mean, you already know the genre, so you're just wondering, like, how the gameplay is. It's relatively balanced. There are definitely some gameplay issues that could be better. There's some map imbalances, too. You know, like, lack of loot, I think, is currently an issue. And the harder maps don't really give enough incentive to be played, so most people play on, like, one map and only this one that I'm playing right now. So, like, it's not perfect by any means, but if you're looking for something to play while Dark and Darker is... Well, like, while there's nothing else to play other than Dark and Darker, I think the game is fine to play. You know, if you're asking me if it's, like, this grand hidden gem of a game that, you know, you, like, have to play right now, I'm not gonna lie to you and tell you yes. I think the game is decent. But, you know, I think the game still has a lot of work. I would really say this game truly is early access. You know, I enjoy playing it, but it's not, you know, it's not a perfect game. You know? I don't know if that really answers your question or not, but that's the best way I could think of saying it. Did they only have one guy to work on inventory? That's what Dark and Darker said, yeah. Appreciate the perspective. You were looking at it after I mentioned it in the video just because you want new games to play. Yeah, again, so, like, the game is not perfect, Milkman. I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you that it is. You know, if you're just looking specifically for something to do, like, while you wait for Dark and Darker to be gone, then I think it's a fine choice, you know? But that's really the best I could give you, I think. I think the biggest tell, or like the biggest thing to look at for Legacy, is not what the game currently has to offer. It's looking at what the developers have added to the game in the last, you know, 3 months. And I think they're on the right course, you know? I think the devs are showing that they're, you know, adding content and balance and, well, really, that's it. But content and balance at a decent enough rate. And it feels like the game is going in a positive direction, which is what matters to me the most, you know? Is this game gonna be, like, the next biggest hit? You know, is this game gonna just suddenly eclipse, you know, 20,000 players? Like, no, it's not. Not anytime soon, you know? Oh my god. What's up, buddy? I can't believe I hit that. Kind of gross. Man. Poor Timmy. Yeah. Just kind of is what it is. Comes with the territory. Oh. Green stamina wheel. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this stamina wheel is basically the exact one from Zelda. I think Breath of the Wild. I think so. I'm assuming the stamina system is not copyrighted, so I don't really care what it looks like, honestly. But I think you're right. I never played that game. Or maybe I played it a little bit. I never really played it much. It's been a while since I've seen it. You went off Dark and Darker for a bit anyways. You used to play Druid to have fun, but you got tired of consistencies. Yeah. No, trust me. I think there's a lot of people out here now that are just tired of the BS from SDF. We just want to move on, you know. I just want to move on from, you know, the game. And I'm hoping we can have some decent competition that comes, you know. We're not there yet. The game is not perfect by any means. But it's going in the right direction, so that's good enough for me to keep playing, at least for the time being. I mean, if I only played perfect games, then I would have never played Dark and Darker in the first place. You know? I don't mind playing incomplete titles if they're being actively worked on. You know, I'm okay with early access kind of games, and I've always been okay with that. But I think Dad has kind of gone away from that, and now it feels like we're regressing. Like, the game is getting actively worse, so... I don't know. It is what it is. It's just time to move on, man. What can I really say or do at this point? Sure, I've already talked about this, but you're curious to hear what extraction you're looking forward to? Oh, Billy, aren't you a lucky duck? I made an entire video this morning on the exact question that you just asked me. Aren't you lucky? let me link this to you. There you go. Now you never have to ask me again what games I'm planning to play on my channel and what games I'm looking forward to. The entire list is right there. I'll even link it in YouTube just so you guys aren't left behind. I'm sure you guys have probably seen it, but if you haven't, it's there. I'll be back in a minute. You think Dab will ever reach 1.0? Players? Yeah, probably. Okay, but seriously, on a, on a serious note, do I think Dab will ever release a 1.0? No. I think they are going to be perpetually in early access, just like other games. Isn't Escape from Tarkov the same way? I think it has become the popular thing to do among companies to stay in early access forever. In all seriousness, I do not think that Iron Mace will release in full launch anytime soon. Just with that knowledge in mind, I really don't think companies... It feels like it really gets abused, man. I feel like early access was supposed to be this thing where companies released their game a little bit early, you could play it, and then it got a lot of frequent updates, and then it would release when it was ready. Now it feels like game companies release in early access, and it stays in early access literally forever. It's crazy, like, I don't know, man, I don't understand. It's just crazy, man. Things have changed quite a lot. Oh, and you know what else really pisses me off? I feel like game companies use early access as a shield to make bad decisions for their game as well. Here's a good example. Dark and Darker has been out for 3 years in early access. And at this point, like, Dad feels like the amount of time that it's been, it really should be a release game at this point, regardless of if you think it should be released or not. It's been like over 3 years, man. Should Dad really still be in early access? And when SDF was talking about his changes he wanted to do for solos and duos and PvE, people were using the early access scapegoat to justify SDF's decision making on removing those modes from the game. It feels like a shield that companies and or players give to those companies for them to make bad decisions for their game. I used to like early access. I think it's just overused at this point, and it gets really tiresome for me personally. I'm sure a lot of you might feel the same way too. I'm sure I'm not talking into a complete void here. Tarkov claims 1.0 is coming soon. Yeah, we'll see. I will say the developers had mentioned, I think this game, Legacy, is supposed to go out of early access in 1 year. I remember hearing that date somewhere, but I don't know if that's been confirmed or not, so don't attack me if I'm wrong. I do remember hearing about a year, though, in, like, one of the dev talks or something. I do like that Steam now starts to tell you if a game has not received an update for X amount of months for an early access title. So that way you know not to buy the game. I think BattleBit, for example, has it on Steam. Because BattleBit's been abandoned for over a year now. So when you pull up the game, it warns you that the game is not being developed. So that's a nice thing to try to protect consumers, but I agree. I do think early access really should have some kind of, like, date or something. It's a little crazy that these companies can sit there that long. It just feels kind of scummy at this point. Oh, you didn't buy anything from Dark and Darker? Well, you had to buy something from them. At the very minimum, you bought access to the game, right? I mean, it's not like I'm mad that I lost money. I didn't lose money on Dark and Darker. I mean, you know, I paid $50 for their game 3 years ago, and I have 3,000 hours in their game. Even if I wasn't a content creator, and it was just a, you know, time versus money thing, that is an incredible amount of entertainment value for 3,000 hours. Does that make it any better that they're destroying the game now? No, it doesn't. But my argument isn't about them, you know, wasting my money, quote unquote. My argument is just that it's really dumb, the decisions they're making. Make Partition axe again? It is an axe. It is right now, yeah. They changed it again. My general opinion on games, like if I buy a game, if I want to know if I got my money's worth or not, I usually go about $1 an hour. Like if I buy a game for like 10 bucks and I get 10 hours out of it, I consider that an okay purchase. like watching this game, to be honest. Just waiting to see what devs do with balance. I enjoy Legacy. I don't think the game is, you know, 100% there yet. Like, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done, but I think the game is fun, so that's why I play it. Now, if you're asking me if I would choose Legacy over Mistfall if both games were out, I would be lying to you if I told you that I would, you know, play Legacy over it, unless you're just talking, like, new season launches. You know, like, that's the nice thing about extraction games, is because you have seasonal content, it kind of gives you a choice to play different games at different times, you know? So, like, if Mistfall Hunter and Legacy were both out, and then Legacy got a new season, then, you know, I could go and play Legacy, and then when the season gets boring, I can kind of swap back to other games, you know? That's what I like enough. That's what I like about having an option for what I play. This is fun. Okay, GG. That was a little sweaty rogue. he was really juking and jiving there. He didn't get any hits off, but maybe does he not have Phantom Dagger? I don't know if he ever threw it. He felt kind of sweaty, but he didn't really do anything. Did he have good gear? Whites and greens, so he had okay stuff. You know what's funny? As a creator, you know, for these extraction games, I don't spend a lot of time watching content, but I think Dungeonborn was the best game to watch. I think that was the most fun for me, personally. I don't even really like watching Dark and Dark for gameplay. I only like creating content. I don't like watching it. Dungeonborn is the only extraction game that I've played that I actually watch content for it. Like, I stay pretty far away. Like, I'll communicate with, you know, other creators, you know, and I'll hop into their streams every once in a while. But I don't sit there and watch for hours, you know? The only exception you found for cost per hour was Amnesia Bunker. You beat it in 3 hours, but you thought it was worth it. I don't really think short games like that are worth it, personally. I like playing them, but I don't want to... I'm not spending 30 bucks on a game that, you know, I beat in 3 hours. That just feels like a waste of money. You know, fun fact, the video that I posted today, the game list, that video was not supposed to be a game list video. I had an entire video created. Like, everything was already done for the video. It was going to be a channel update video. It was literally just going to be me talking a little bit about, like, the upcoming of what was coming on my channel specifically. Like, I was going to talk about a few games, but I wasn't planning to make a full list video like that. So I made it, and then I thought, Well, shoot, I already talked about some games, and everyone keeps asking me about what I want to play, like, in the future. Like, well, maybe I should add more games to the list. So then I added more games, and I'm like, well, now it's getting kind of long, because now it's, like, a list and a channel update video. So I swapped it completely to a list instead. Which is why, I don't know, just thought it was funny. Because people were asking me why there wasn't gameplay of some of the games, or the games in general. And the reality is it wasn't really made to be a list video, so I didn't even think about it in the first place. If I make another list video in the future, though, I'll pull gameplay footage and I'll, like, add more information about the games. End of Caster Cleric era. Pocket Sands, it's officially over. You will probably never see me play Caster Cleric again for my entire life. I think that is the end of that is like the official end of the era. It's done, man. Yesterday was the final stream for that, and I meant it. It wasn't clickbait. I really do not plan to ever play Caster Cleric again. Even if I play Dark and Darker, I will not be playing Caster Cleric. This SDF retires? Yeah, maybe. If SDF retires, maybe. But it's okay. It's not about how it ended. It's about, you know, the memories, right? We can just think about the happy times of what Cleric used and what Dad and Cleric used to do. You know? That's all we can really do. Sent me a Discord on game that you sent me a Discord DM about a game. Okay. I'll check it. It's not about it's hating SD. Well, that's the negative way to look at it, I suppose. I was trying to be positive here, Spanky. Believe it or not, it is nice to be positive every once in a while. I don't try to be negative every stream. It just kind of happens that way because of the recent events. Okay. Hopefully, you know, in the coming months, weeks, you know, when we start moving on to new games, we'll be able to just kind of, you know, put it past us, right? We could look at that as the game that we used to have fun on and, you know, just kind of... Pocket Sands is never gonna live down, or is never gonna let SDF live that message down. When SDF said that Caster Cleric was so bad that he gave the entire roster movement speed on gear just to try to make Caster Cleric viable, it was very, very funny. Anyone? You didn't say it was Caster Cleric, it was Paladin. Oh wait, is that true? Was it Paladin Cleric? I remember it was Cleric, but I don't remember which Cleric it was. You might be right. Yeah, this has all been touched. You're watching some Dungeonborn videos today? Oh no, man. You've gone down the nostalgia rabbit hole, huh? Yeah, I've been there, done that. Not for... I don't think I've watched any Dungeonborn gameplay. But... I have definitely watched some, like, old games. And, yeah, definitely sucks. For sure. I have a feeling in, like, 1 to 2 years, that's exactly how I'm gonna feel about Dark and Darker. Looking at the game I used to play, and I'll watch my old content every once in a while to be like, well, that's what I used to do, you know? You watched my video where I pulled a full best guy? I know exactly what video you're talking about. You mean the guy that was in full legendaries? Or like almost full legendaries, and I was like freaking out over it. Yeah, that was insane. Yeah, it was it was unheard of at that point in time to see anybody running uh gemmed? Not gemmed. Whatever it was. Undiced legendaries at the time. Yeah, that was a crazy time for sure. You died to a duo that had full unique, a DK and cleric. Oh, the priest. That was back in the day, though. That was in the beginning when Life 1 Hit, I think, was still a thing. And I think those players were utilizing the pre-nerf fairy and Life 1 Hit. So, yeah, I think they literally could not die. Those people were ahead of the curve on figuring out, like, how broken that shit was. And they just happen to have the gear to support it. I do wonder if those guys bought it. I think they RMT'd for that gear, but it's hard to say for sure. Either A, they RMT'd for it, or B, they bought it super early on before the prices increased, and they just got really lucky. You know, it was one or the other for sure. Pre-nerf fairy was absolutely disgusting. It ruined the game. It was so broken. You couldn't beat them. It was insane. Like you couldn't. It wasn't even a skill thing. It was just it was so strong. It just wasn't balanced. There was a lot of shit in that game that was not balanced. Not the first thing, and definitely will not be the last thing. There was a lot of things that went wrong looking back. It was so hard to balance, the devs just gave up. I don't know. I heard that their funding got removed from them. Like, the development funding got yoinked. I think that was ultimately what caused that. I think Dungeonborn ended up dying because of that specifically. I think, at least. Dark and Darker was super fun, man. I mean, I put over 3,000 hours in it, man. Like, do you think I enjoy watching one of my favorite games just jump off a cliff? Like, no, I don't enjoy that. It sucks. You know? It does. It sucks. That is a crazy spawn. GG. A lot of things that went wrong looking back. It was so hard to balance the devs. Did I read that already? Pretty sure I did. I think I replied to that, but I do want to add one thing to that message that you gave. I think the problem was the devs didn't understand how important the early balancing was. For example, when Life Won't Hit became a thing, they let it sit inside of the game for, how long was it? 2 weeks? At least 2 weeks? We had Life Won't Hit ruining the game. The devs could have done a hotfix and just remove Life Won't Hit in the entire game. Just remove it, right? Like, if you can't balance it, you remove it and then fix it later. You know, you don't let your game rot for 2 entire weeks, right? You know, shit like that, I really think is what caused the, like, started the decline of the player base. Fairy 2 was, like, really bad for way too long. I was gonna res him, but I guess he didn't want the res. How do you deal with rogues? Traps, sea bombs, cyclone. I mean, you just gotta use your utility. I mean, I just killed a full green rogue like 5 minutes ago, so you can go back and watch that if you want. Rogue is probably my hardest matchup, but that's just because I think this class is so strong. My hardest matchup is still 100% winnable. Which class? This is Hunter, let's go. Well, the Life Won't Hit completely plagued the game for so long. By the time the devs finally nerfed it to the point that it was supposed to be, or where it really should have been to begin with, the player base had already dropped like in half. It was so bad. It was just... It was just bad, man. I don't know how else to put it. They really dropped the ball on that game. If Dungeonborn hadn't made so many mistakes, I truly think, especially knowing how much shit is going on with Dad now, I really think they could have had a chance at being a solid competitor. But they threw it all away. All away, man. What can you do? I mean, DB fumbled even harder than Dad did. I mean, at least Dad's been going for a few years. DB killed their game in months. But Mistfall Hunter, that is probably the next game that will finally fill the void that Dungeonborn left behind. I think so, at least. That's how I feel. Why do I think this game can fill the void? Because it's a very different genre from Dungeonborn's combat. I think Mistfall Hunter more closely mimics Dungeonborn's combat than this game does. Mistfall Hunter almost feels like an alternate reality where DB released as a better game. To be honest. What are the gems for? Which gems? Like these sapphires, you can use them to craft gems to socket your rings. I mean, dude, I don't know how familiar you are. There are things in Mistfall Hunter that mimic exactly what Dungeonborn either did or planned to do in their game. For example, the hot zones where you go to an area and you farm the chest and you like kill the mobs that are marked and all that other stuff. I know that might not be necessarily a new mechanic, but that exact mechanic was in Dungeonborn. Like it feels when you're playing Mistfall Hunter, I can't help but feel like I'm playing like a different version of Dungeonborn. I think Mistfall was way better, uh, but it definitely has a similar feel. It's not one for one. I don't think Mistfall is Dungeonborn, but there's definitely similarities there that I think the players that enjoyed Dungeonborn will probably like. I think. Yeah, as far as I know, the next game that I want to try on my channel is I think Shadows of Chroma Tower is the next game that launches, as far as I know. Because that'll be on the 20th, I'm pretty sure. Although I think the beta is only for, like, a weekend, so unfortunately we won't be able to play it for very long, but whatever. I'll still give it a try. Character customization in Mistfall? Not yet. When Mistfall released, it was only male characters, I'm pretty sure. And then the female characters were locked behind, I think that releases for the next test, I'm pretty sure. Waiting for Chivalry 2's combat mechanics. I've heard about Chivalry 2, but kind of an older game. I don't know. I don't really plan to play that at this point. I'm more looking for new games to play, not, I don't know. I'm just looking for new stuff, really. Hey, welcome. Good to see you. Yeah, I think Chivalry is, probably past its heyday, I think. EV dumb. For a hunter, yeah, it's definitely not super hard. Same guy from earlier. Sorcery 2 skill ceiling is too high for players. I mean, I played For Honor, if that means anything. I've also played fighting games, you know, like Mortal Kombat and stuff. Although I was always kind of mid at those. Back in the day, I thought For Honor was so fun. That game kind of leaped itself off a cliff, though. At least when I played it. I remember I remember them making, like, really stupid decisions, and I just stopped playing it at some point. Forget exactly what they did, but... Oh, you know what? I do remember. The game just ran really bad, I think. I used to play it on Xbox, and, like, the game would constantly disconnect mid-game. It was so miserable. So I ended up just dropping it entirely. I have a pretty low fuse for games, you know. Like, if the game releases and it just has a huge issue, I just quit and don't come back. Even if it fixes itself months later, I usually won't come back. Hey, Gusa, welcome. Good to see you, man. Hopefully you're doing alright. Haven't seen 1v1s in chat for years. The 1v1 is pretty crazy, for sure. Wanna 1v1 me on Rust, bro? I still got my Modern Warfare 2 on Xbox. Hey, Mr. X, welcome. Good to see you. Just playing some Legacy while I wait for, you know, while I wait for all these other games to come out, pretty much. The old COD lobbies were great. I had so much fun back then. How's Hunter treating me? Hunter, I think, is the strongest class in the game, right next to Priest. It's hard not to play this class. Also, when I see warrior, I know the kill is free, unless it's a really good warrior. I do not see a lot of those around. Hunter, Priest, and Rogue, I think, are the top 3 classes. And then Warrior and Wizard are, like, the big losers, I think. Just my own opinion, though. I didn't play Gears of War 1. I was a Halo player, not a Gears player. My dad was a Gears player. I think he played like the old ones. Being able to beam with an AK used to mean something. You mean before they dumbed down the gun recoil? Yeah, those were the days. I didn't play back then, but I am aware of the recoil difference, and I know that was a big controversy. Well, I mean, at this point, with the new recoil for Rust, basically anybody can, like, pick up a gun and shoot in that game, right? Like, it's way more casual friendly. Probably good for players, so I'm not surprised they changed it. I think the average gamer at this point is more on the casual side. So if you're trying to grow your game, you know, it's a lot harder to do when you have stuff like that in your game, where basically only like the top 0.1% can shoot AK. You know? I'm not entirely surprised they did it. I mean, people were spending a dozen hours in a day. Like, they were, or not dozens, but they were spending hours upon hours in training ranges just to shoot the AK. I know something like that. You play this game? That's cool, Tyler. I also play this game. Legacy will go free to play. I think Legacy would only go free to play as a last-ditch effort to get players. I think that would be the beginning of the end for this game if they did that, personally. Couldn't quite kill him in time. How big is the community in this game, player base wise? It's about 1,000 players, give or take, whenever I'm on, from what I've seen. It's enough players that I don't have issues finding players in my games, if that's what you're wondering. I don't feel like I usually have too much issue with finding players, for the most part. How do you check pop? Steam charts. Price point's too high. I mean, there was a sale for the game not that long ago. I don't really think $20 for this game is that bad. I don't know. I don't think it's that high, personally. How do you deal with rogues as hunter? You gotta play around your traps. That's really the biggest thing. If you play too aggressive without your traps, you're just asking to get killed. If you have a seed bomb on the ground and the rogue teleports to you, and they get hit by the seed bomb and knocks them back, you can usually get them away from you. You just need to not get cheap shotted. I also don't think the devs are super worried about player count right now. That's not really the most important thing that this game needs. This game just needs, you know, additional updates and content and quality of life and all that other fun stuff. I don't think the devs are sweating. I mean, the devs didn't sweat it over having 30 players last season at the end of the playtest. So I think they're currently panicking over 1,000 players when they didn't panic over 30. Probably not. Like, I'm sure they're okay. The game is not at the point where I think the player base is the #1 concern. The #1 concern is more so the content and the gameplay itself. You have a benefit the most of quality of life, the stash, and the UI in general. Like, it's just, yeah, I just call it the stash. It's really cumbersome, and it feels really bad interacting with any of the systems outside of the base game. And there's also a lot of item bloat in this game that makes it feel even worse. So, if there was one thing that I would change, if I could right now, I would add, you know, I would add better storage. Maybe chests that can store different types of items and auto sort. Like, it has to be easier in stash, because most people don't want to spend hours trying to organize an unorganizable game. There's too much item bloat in here. That makes it very hard for players to really interact with. I think devs look at heat map. For what exactly? I don't really know if they do or not. I agree exactly with that, Mr. X. Quality of life, something for new players, because right now there still really isn't something for new players to hold on to learn how to play. And yeah, loot is not good enough. Yeah, loot is honestly pretty mediocre at the moment. So, yeah, that's definitely a few issues. I'm not saying that I don't know what heat maps are. I'm saying that I don't think the devs have heat maps. Consider doing changes on Discord server to move it from dad content. We have to keep in mind that that server was made with dad content in mind. So just keep that in mind. It was originally made for Dark and Darker content. And, you know, obviously, yeah, if we transition off Dark and Darker, I'll probably just make it into a more generic, you know, server. To be honest, the Discord doesn't get used a whole lot. It's more just there. So if you guys need to contact me, it's, you know, I'm available. It's not like you're gonna see people in there, you know, talking every single day. You know, it's a pretty lax thing. People kind of come in and out every once in a while, but there's nothing, you know, it's not like a super big server or anything. Yes, this is a PvP. Playing any trios? In Legacy? No, I don't play trios in Legacy. In general, I don't like trios in these games. I prefer solos, maybe duos. Not on Warrior? Bro, Warrior is not good this season. The class just kind of sucks. I don't like playing Warrior. They would need some buffs or some quality of life fixes if I played that class. I don't want to have to farm copper ore every single game just to play the class. Horns and spears are way too expensive. I just cannot be bothered. Too cumbersome for me. You got clapped by rogues and hunters today? I don't have any answers for you, Alex, other than swap to a better class. At least for the time being until a balance patch comes through. Quite honestly, I think you should just play Hunter, personally. No? What do you mean no? Well, you just gotta get with the times, man. You don't want to aim? Then use a short bow. It has auto aim. Although I think longbow is better personally, but you know, useful. Whereas unplayable, it's just harder. Yeah, but if Warrior's harder, why play it? Like, why not just play the infinitely easier class, you know? There's no incentive to play Warrior. They're not even tankier. Warrior is just as tanky as my Hunter is. By, like, a pretty close margin. After those PDR nerfs, Warrior really just doesn't feel tanky like they used to. Maybe in, like, purples and legendaries, but no one has purples and legendaries, so it doesn't matter anymore. How much HP? I'm at 1410. I think a similarly geared warrior might have like 1700 or something. Pretty marginal difference. And it's not even just the HP, like the PDR is basically the same. You know, like my leather gear has the same PDR total, or very close to what Warrior has. So like they don't really feel tankier. You just get mowed down by hunters. Like what is 300 HP? What even is that? A third of a longbow shot in greens? Like, okay. Congratulations. You survived. You just barely survived an additional, you know, longbow. It's just not worth it. Warrior used to be very scary because you could build such good PDR. Glass was also just way stronger back then, too. Can you talk about Mistfall Hunter and how it's different from Legacy? Bro, they're two completely different games. It's not even a comparison. Mistfall Hunter more closely resembles that of like Dark Souls combat, not exactly, but it more closely resembles that than this game. This game is completely different. Wasn't camped in EU? I want to find players. I'm here for PvP. You think I need like loot? I don't need loot. I have infinite green loot. I just want to PvP. It's all a warrior, but I think he ran away from me. No, I think that's the warrior, right? Alright, time for the test. How good is this warrior player? Warrior can kill me, it's just very hard to do. It's not impossible, but it's not easy. Alright. Never mind. You're gonna cry? Why are you gonna cry? Why? What's wrong? What's wrong, Alex? What's the problem? Oh, the mage. Yeah, I should loot him too. Average hunter versus warrior fight for sure. He didn't play that well at all, but that fight is still very hard for him, even if it's a good player. Taking kids' school money? It's not my fault. Bro, I haven't played this game in a while. I do feel bad for warriors nowadays. That just isn't what it used to be. Beating up a child. I thought that with the player base kind of like stabilizing back down to like the lower thousands or thousand, whatever, that the game would just be nothing but sweats. But there is still a surprising number of like new players in this game. That's a good thing, by the way, but yeah, I'm a little surprised. Haven't you 3 times today? Alex, we could 1v1 in the Goldbrook. I don't know if you'll have a lot of fun on that, though. You know, one of my favorite ways to play Warrior is Mason Shield. But even with... it's not enough. You just don't really have enough at your disposal to reasonably beat Hunters. Like, technically you can, it just doesn't feel great. Oh. Inventory's a little full. One question, the green and blue tool belts, are they good for Warrior? The tool belts are always good. You always want to upgrade them because you can never lose them. To be honest, I should have upgraded this a long time ago. I just never bothered. Yeah, I should have done this a long time ago. Actually, I'll just do it right now. Now that you are mentioning it. There's never a reason not to upgrade this. It's always good. Do I need the arrows? Right now? Not really. Yeah, there's never a reason not to. I hate that. But it won't let me sell, I might just have to start vendoring shit. I've ran out of space again. I don't have space for all this junk. Not looking good for my stash, unfortunately. At least I'm living up to my stream title of being the #1 stash hoarder. So I got that going for me at least. That's good, right? But I was gonna say my favorite way to play it was not to play it. No, I actually do enjoy playing Mason Shield on Warrior. For what you've witnessed, trio players hunt down solo players in normals. That's not a player issue. That's a dad issue. I mean, what do you expect players to do? I mean, remember, you have no idea if that solo player has, like, souls on them, too. pretty unlikely, but I don't know. I don't know if you can really blame the player base for that. That's entirely on Iron Mace being stupid. But I don't really think you can blame players for that. You think only Axe Warrior is viable? Oh yeah, I think Axe Warrior is the best. Yeah, it's really hard to beat Axe Warrior with a Mason Shield. The Warrior tools that are green and blue, are they good too? The tool belts are only to have an increased number of resources. So, you know, for Warrior, your weapon harness. So I'm assuming you're talking about. Or wait, are you talking about the harness or the belt itself? Yeah, the sickle is the best, I think, for Warrior. Sickles are really good, but they get kind of expensive on top of the other stuff. You, as a warrior, you kind of need to use horns, spears, and sickles at the very minimum. Yeah, those are the three that you need to use when you're playing this class. Started missing dungeon board again. How do you move past this feeling? I just keep telling myself that Mistfall Hunter will fill the gap that Dungeonborn has left. That's what I tell myself, at least. It's partly true. That game really does kind of fill the void of Dungeonborn. Horns are required to kill every single class in the game. It's not just hunters. As a warrior, you can't really fill your rage unless you use horns. It's a required item for PvP. It's why they're so expensive to play. Part of it, at least. Like, warrior versus warrior, if one has a horn and one doesn't, you auto-lose unless they're bad. You need it against rogues because you can't hit them unless you have horns. You need them against hunters because you're not hitting them. Like, it just... You know. You need them for everybody. How many hours do I have in this game? About 250, somewhere in that range. Yes, horns are required to play warrior. If you don't have horns, you're not allowed to play the class. It's really bad game design. It really needs to be fixed. It's been way too long that warriors are required to farm copper, wolf fangs, and all this other bullshit just to play the game, you know? It's very, very tiresome. If vendors sold low rarity materials in bulk, like if I could buy, you know, 50 copper bars from a level 7 vendor, then maybe it wouldn't feel so bad. But the fact that I have to farm them myself just makes me not want to play the class. That's part of why I don't play warrior. It's fine, I mean, I just, you know, won't play the class. Yeah, it is kind of annoying. You don't see Horn changing before Season 3? Probably not. I don't know if Horn is on the list of immediate things to balance and fix, but I do wish it would happen. 100% I wish that was on the agenda. Mage was really good before the recent nerf. Now it kind of sucks. Rogue, I don't really like as a class. I just think it's boring. But it's good right now, yeah. I've always been kind of anti-Rogue. Even in Dark and Darker, I've always thought Rogue was kind of just not fun to play. This might be a hot take, but that's fine if it is. I think every single item on your tool belt should be a infinite use cooldown that you don't have to restock by crafting. Like, if Horn is going to be required for warriors to play the game, then just let me use horns every 30 seconds like a separate skill. Don't make me sit there and farm for hours upon hours at all stages of the game just to play the game. Like, it feels really lame. I think cooldown only would be a better system than what's currently in place. Hornless demo? I don't think so. But it's cracked ogre toss just for selling, just to make some money. You tried to kill the ogre with Grey Rogue? Yeah, well, your mistake was trying to kill it with Rogue in the first place. Like, just kill it with Hunter, it's easy as hell. Have you guys seen the new season that Dark and Darker is doing? Where they're not, like, actually doing a real season. They're just going to wipe the game and not release new content, from what I've seen. It's gonna have, like, the new balance updates from the test server, which is, you know, the, like, similar to patch 69 gear. Similar, not exactly the same, but down that same road. But they are gonna wipe the game entirely when they do it. It's soon too. It's like the end of June, 26, I think. What do you think, Priest for solo? I think solo Priest is strong. I think it's up there with Hunter right now. Well, I think this wipe will remove solos and duos, so I'm pretty sure that's the plan, as far as I know. What do you mean Blizzard playbook? Is that something they would do? Wizard is very hard to kill Priest. Even pre-nerf, Priest dumpstered Wizard. Now with the nerfs, Wizard is like paper against Priest. Yeah, Priest is supposed to win that matchup right now, I'm pretty sure. They give you 3 times HP. Yeah, maybe then you can kill those trio players, maybe. Core needs to have 10 uses. Bro, I don't even think... I really don't think the gameplay of having to farm for stuff like horns is fun. Maybe it's just me, But I don't want to have to sit here and farm items like that. I would rather them just be a cooldown and be done with it. I don't know. Maybe people don't agree with that, but I just don't. It's too grindy, man. Yeah, like the amount of time it takes for me to actually craft the horns, the spears, the sickles that I need for warrior is so unfun. I just want to use them and not have to like sit there and farm for hours just to play the class. I don't think wizard scrolls being limited like they are is very fun either, to be honest. I'd rather them same difference for me personally. It's not just you. You want to play the game, but you feel chored with the tasks. Yeah. I don't think it's just me. The game is just too grindy. You know, it feels like mobile game levels of grindiness. And I'm not saying that this game is like a mobile game, but the grind factor of this game is definitely up there. For sure. What's the thing I miss about pre-nerf warrior the most? Probably Rampage feeling like generally just stronger. I think Rampage has pretty much been That's a sweaty ass priest. Jesus. I gotta get down from this area, but that priest will just float away. Yikes. PDR on warriors also used to be like too good. Now it's useless. They really haven't figured out a good like middle ground. That too. Get out the farm stuff. Okay, I think you're misrepresenting what I'm saying. There's a difference between having to farm stuff and having to farm stuff to the degree that you have to right now. That is like two completely different things. It's like, it's not even the same, it's not even the same, you know, argument. Whatever you want to call it. Like, having to farm for horns and spears and all that other shit is objectively not fun gameplay. PDR is physical damage reduction. Yeah, it's armor. Was VOD saved on YouTube? Alex, every VOD that I stream... No. 99% of VODs that I stream are saved on YouTube. Most of them are. People don't want to play for 100 hours in a season to maybe find a blue or purple piece of gear. Which is what it currently feels like. Even blues feel completely out of reach for most players. I mean, I don't even run full blues, and I've played the season for at least 50 plus hours. That's crazy. Like, where's the gear? Even on the hard maps, it doesn't exist. It's just, it's a grind fest. It's just too grindy. I don't know how else to put it. And it's not just me that feels that way. I mean, it seems generally agreed upon. Quite honestly, I think if the loot wasn't so stingy, they would probably have more players. Like, for the, you know, like, currently playing. If you were talking about warrior starting concerns assumes you get that, but in general sense you're losing interest because farming blues equals checking vendors on reset. Okay, Stock, are you agreeing with me or disagreeing with me? The way that you sound like you're disagreeing with me, but you're saying the same thoughts that I have. I'm confused. I agree with you. I think the current, like, loot, like, circle this game has is not fun. Blues and purples and everything are way too rare, even on high maps. And most of the gear comes from, like, spending hours upon hours sitting in your stash, letting, like, crystals and other random bullshit, like, craft. It feels like a very unfun game loop at the moment. That's why I only play in greens and PvP. Because it's just not worth it. Yeah, so we're in agreement here, Stock. I'm on your side here, buddy. I'm with you. I also think this game is so not new player friendly. If you don't start at the beginning of the season and start the grind right at the gate for these high level gear pieces, I think it's very unlikely that you are going to be able to catch up to players that have been in the season. I'll give you an example. Let's say that the game was like it was right now in 1 month, okay? The only way that you're really going to be able to farm and create blues, realistically, and purples, is using your lodge, transmutation. You have to find the crafting piece. So you have to find the transmutation device that lets you craft those purples and blues. Then you have to farm the recipe material. I think it's these blue things. These, I think it's the monstrous dark runes, and there's, like, in the purple ones. So you have to farm this item, find the plan, and then wait hours for the transmutation device to create those crystals. And then you also have to find the individual random item that's associated with each individual piece of gear. So, like, warrior helmets require a horned helmet. And then, like, mage weapons require mage runes. So you need all these different random materials in order to make one singular piece of gear. So the players that are here from beginning, like day one of the server, will have that stuff if they're dedicated, because it's all a grind. It's all a time grind. That's all it is. It's not can you go to the hardest map and complete it. It's how long do you have to sit in your stash and craft the items that you need. And new players, or players with not a lot of time, are never going to catch up to the veteran players. They'll never catch up. Because the game in the place right now is made to encourage, you know, the hardcore veteran players that are, you know, playing this game every day for hours and hours and hours to, you know, create these high-level pieces of gear. So the players that are more casual, quite frankly, are just never going to even have sets of blue gear. And I think that makes for very unfun gameplay, personally. It also really hurts your player base, because if a new player feels like they can't catch up to the players that were playing at the start of the season, they quit the season entirely, and then maybe they come back and maybe they don't for next season. And that's currently how the game is set up. And I hope the devs realize it, because if the system stays like it is right now, I think the game is going to become one that only is played by the sweaty, super diehard legacy players in the long run. It needs to be more achievable by casuals. I'm not even a casual player. I'm not a casual player. I put at least 50 plus hours in this season, and I still don't have blue gear. I have some random blues, but I can't craft like full kits. And that many hours is crazy. And I've played the night map and I've played Crypts. It's not that I only play day map. I do play the other maps, but the other maps don't have enough loot to make it worth it. So it's like I just don't know what to do. You know? That's why I just play in greens. It's not worth the time investment to make the gear, you know? Yes, that is correct, Zepor. The difficulty gap from creating blue gear, like green gear isn't that hard to get. Green gear is surprisingly easy. Blue gear is insane. Purple gear is madness, and legendary gear might as well not exist. That's how I feel, personally. Fun fact, I've never had a legendary piece of gear in this game. I've never had one. Even last season, I never found. Oh, I've never used it. They're so rare. I don't know how I'm supposed to ever find one. God, I don't even think I've ever ran a full purple kit. I think last season I put like 100 hours into the season plus, and I never ran any full purples. I don't think so, at least. Crafting purples is basically not a thing. You have to find them. It's hard to get purple armor weapon shards. Zepor, but that's opposite of what the devs think. Because Chris was in the Discord chat at some point saying that the primary way to get endgame gear is supposed to be the lodge and the transmutation device. So the devs want you to have to sit there and farm for those purple things, which is probably where the disconnect is. Because it's too hard to get them through the transmutation and the lodge, but they don't exist in the dungeon, so you just can't get them. There's no endgame content, because the endgame content is locked behind an endless grind that only the most dedicated hardcore players are ever going to get. Not farming ogre for crate. Mr. X, even if I get the ogre crate, the crate is only good if you can upgrade it. And in order to upgrade it, you need armor. You need purple armor crystals, I think. So even if I get that ogre crate, I'm not going to be able to upgrade it for more storage. So what's the point? I haven't seen a single purple armor crystal since I've started playing this season. How am I supposed to upgrade that ogre crate? Ogre crate is only 70 slots. It's only 6 better. It's not that much better. Isn't it 70? Am I wrong? I thought it was 70 total. Aside from that, I think you can just craft the blue chests. Pretty sure the blue chests are technically better. I just don't have my my crafting bench upgraded. Hey Relic, welcome. Good to see you. You missed playing end of season 0 with increased drop rate? Yeah, but they didn't increase drop rate until at the very end when the game was sitting at like 50 players. That wasn't really... I'm not sure if I would count that as a like game fixed kind of thing. It was only a short period of time, only for the end of season for the few players that were still playing, you know. I just want to be able to find gear, guys. That's all I want. I just want to be able to find gear in my gear-based game. You know? That's all I want. I want to feel like I have some level of progression. The gameplay is fun. I like the combat and I like the gameplay. I just want to be able to actually find gear. That's it. I think that's a fair thing. But it's not them taking time to add gear. There's 3 rarities of gear in this game that you don't even get to ever see. They just don't, it just doesn't exist. My understanding is the devs are aware and are talking about increasing loot, so, you know, all this stuff that I'm saying might end up getting fixed. But I'm gonna stand by what I'm saying. Right now, the gameplay feels not very rewarding. Like, I only play this because I enjoy the PvP. You know, that part of the game I do like. I don't like the, you know, the stash and the crafting system. I don't like anything to do with the current, like, you know, everything else I don't like. But I really do like the combat enough that I still play. For now, at least. They're technically in the game, but they don't drop. Smooth, I've played the season for over 50 hours, and I still haven't been able to craft a blue kit. I have never seen a purple, and I've never seen a legendary in my 250 hours I've played this game. I might have saw maybe a purple here or there, maybe last season, but not this season. They exist. Technically. Like, technically they exist, but not frequent enough to matter. I think I'm gonna I didn't know he was completely naked when I was chasing him. I'm gonna res him if he doesn't leave. Okay, never mind. I was gonna res him if he didn't leave. I felt kind of bad. I don't really feel bad for Hunter players, though, is the problem. Because I know Hunter's so good. Oh my god, I thought the frickin' thorn would slow you down. 100 hours into season, I've not played the game before that. And you have 2 full rogue kits and enough to craft 2 more. Okay, so I'll ask you a serious question, King. Do you think that blue gear should be so rare that you only have 2 kits after 100 hours playing into a season? To me, that is way too rare. Like, it's blues. Like, your message should say legendaries, not blues. Like, after 100 hours, I would expect you to be at least... I would expect you to at least have some kind of legendary or something. No, you're too afraid to take them because they're so annoying to get. Wait, when you say no, you mean like it's not, you mean they're too rare, right? That's, yeah. I gotcha. Just making sure I was on the same page. So, like, yeah, technically it's possible. And, King, by the way, I do have blues. Like, I have a handful of blues in my stash, but not enough, not for the gear, like, not for the classes that I play. So I usually have to disenchant them. But I've never found a full kit for the class that I'm currently playing. So I usually have to disenchant them, and then I have to try to find these, like, random items, and it's so hard. It's so hard to craft them. You think the number would be about right if it was 200 hours for 2 max gear kits? Well, when he says 100 hours stock, I'm thinking, like, legendary gear, you know? Like, 100 hours is no joke. That is a lot of time investment. I mean, that is 2.5 weeks of full-time work. You're telling me that after 100 hours, you found 2 blue sets? Which there's 2 tiers above that? Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. It's too rare, man. It's too rare. And this isn't really a complaint. This is more of just... I'm just saying. Like, this is more just me talking. You know? I just want to be able to find loot in my looter extraction game. That's all. You're fine with soft cap to be blues, but what do you mean soft cap for blue? Because right now the soft cap is green, not blue. Because soft cap to me would indicate that technically it's not the cap, but for most players it is. So right now the soft cap would be green gear, right? Not blue. Am I understanding what you're saying correctly? Chance for blue higher on the night map? Dude, I have played the night map and the crypt map multiple times, and I'm telling you, I still don't find blue and purple gear. Like, it does not... You find a bunch of random, like, stuff, but you don't find gear. You might find players running it, but that's about it. It's very minimal at best. Yeah, the items are they're just so rare, man. Like, if I could tell the devs one thing, that's what it would be. Like, that loot drops need to feel rewarding for all players, not just the people that play 24/7 every single day of their life. You know? Like, everybody has to feel like they're actually progressing, or the game gets stale, you know? Because what is the progression right now? The only progression is gear. Because there's no real objectives on the night map or crypts. Like, you have Morthog, but he drops really bad loot. So you can't farm the boss for loot. It doesn't work. He drops whites. Right? Like, it's intended. Because they don't want you to farm boss in this game. So the boss has whites. You only get the weekly quest to find, like, a few... Like, you might get some items. I don't know what he drops from the weekly, but... You know, it just... Players need to feel like they're rewarded for the time that they're playing, and right now I just don't feel like that's the way it's going. The Morthog Ogre used to drop a lot of gear, yes. Morthog no longer drops anything worth looting. Morthog, quite honestly, I don't think is worth the time investment. Because if you die with, like, any gear, you're probably not getting as much as... I don't know. I personally don't, like, kill Morthog at all. I don't think it's worth it. And even if he does, do we really want the only good gear in the entire game to be locked behind a singular boss that you can only do once a week? That doesn't sound very fun to me either. Like, let's say Morthog Weekly gave you a purple piece of gear. Like, one purple or something, right? Like, that's once a week, you know? Like, that's still not a fun grind. That, like, that, again, that feels like a game I'd have on my mobile phone, where I have to log in every day, and then, you know, I do my weekly quest, and then I get, like, a little bit of high-end gear, you know? That's what it feels like to me. You have 800 hours in this game and you've only found one purple as the highest tier you found? Really? Holy hell, you got more hours than me. That's insane. Well, regardless, I mean, the idea is the same, Angry. I mean, that is crazy. Right? You know what's funny? One of the biggest things that I've given Dark and Darker credit for has been the loot. I even made a Reddit post, like a month or so ago, praising Iron Mace for the loot change. Because it made it so casual players can actually catch up to the, you know, to the veteran players. It's not only veterans who have access to endgame gear. Everybody can get it, right? And I think that's a very important part of extraction games, is not alienating your new players. Well, here's another question for you. So let's say I'm a player who plays every single day, right? And I have a full set of purples. Well, I can now take that full set of purples to Greenwood, which has no gear gap, by the way. And all the casual players will never, ever have a chance to catch up to me in gear unless you kill me. And if you go into trios with two other people who all have purples, it's very unlikely that you're ever going to die. Because in trios, I think gear generally is going to scale a little bit better. It's not that it's not good in solos, but I feel like as a trio, it just feels like you snowball a little bit better, from my own experience at least. So, like, how are you supposed to ever fight somebody who's on a higher gear tier than you if you can never grind to that point because they've played longer, you know? Hey, Clay, it's going well, man. We're just having a discussion on legacy loot. Gear cap would be nice, but you feel like that also requires different maps to drop different gear. If there was a gear gap for Greenwood Day right now, I don't even think I would play the game, or I would just play in the very minimum gear that I could. Because again, like, the other maps don't have the gear drop, so I don't think it would matter to, like, play on those anyway. Well, capping Greenwood, gear-wise, is probably a completely separate issue. That's probably, like, completely separate from the, you know, the whole other thing, right? But how did Dark and Darker do gear well a month ago? Dark and Darker increased the drop rates of gear and gems significantly. Like, a very large amount. So, basically, every single player would be able to find, like, gear, you know? Legendaries were no longer only for the extra sweaty players that played nothing but Dark and Darker. Every player could get legendaries. And you can make the argument that it makes gear feel like it doesn't matter. But it's a hell of a lot better than where Legacy is right now. There's definitely a certain threshold where gear is too rare or, you know, not rare enough. And, you know, the devs have to figure out a threshold to make it so players do not feel like their time is being wasted by playing this game. And they feel like they're on a never-ending loop of being unable to progress their character. I am convinced that if a map had a requirement for only having a full blue kit, you would see 0 players on that map. And if you did find any players, it would be like, you know, the singular sweat that we talked about earlier. You would never get lobbies of blue players. They don't exist. You know? I mean, you're not wrong, King. You know, the night map and crypts really needs to drop, you know, better stuff. I mean, but we could just look at it objectively, right? So right now, Greenwood Night requires full whites, and, you know, crypts requires full greens. I would expect to find gear at least 2 levels above what I'm risking. At least 2 levels above. You know, I would expect to be finding blues at least on Nightwood, on Night. Maybe some purples here and there. And I would expect on Crypts, if I'm risking full green kits, I would expect to be actually finding purples. You know? Because I'm risking greens. Why am I risking greens for no gear? It doesn't make sense, right? It doesn't feel like there's progression. However, that said, if you increase gear by a decent margin, you probably do need to cap Greenwood Day. Because what you'll have happen is people will log on, they'll go farm crypts, for example. They'll get like a purple kit, and then they will just stay on, you know, they'll just go to Greenwood Day and play in purples, which is also not good for the game. So both of those things would have to happen in the same patch, or you're going to have Turbo Sweats also running full purples on day map. And that's really bad too. You know, it's kind of a multi-step thing. I think in general, making white is also a pain for new players. It is, but I think that's more so a gameplay issue of not having a merchant, like a squire, that lets you equip yourself, by, like, leveling up that merchant. Like, wouldn't it be nice if this 8th slot was not a crafting bench, but it was a squire? And then you leveled up the squire, and then every time you leveled him up to 7, you would get access to white gear that you could permanently throw on your character and not have to craft ever again. You know? Like, do we really need white gear to be locked even in endgame by early game grinding? You know, like right now to craft whites, it's not cheap. You know? You need, what is it? Probably like 8. It's like 8 leather and 4 copper. for a full set. Something like that, and then the weapon is more. You know, wouldn't it be nice if there was some permanent progression in the game where after you leveled up, you didn't have to worry about farming those low levels? I think that would make a lot of sense, you know? Well, it's also tough because vendors don't sell a lot of gear. Like, look how much gear is being sold right now in my level 5, which is one level below max, because when you hit 6, it skips to 7. I don't know why. So my one tier below max level merchant for 4 hours, right, is selling 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 whites and 1 green. That's 4 hours of refresh for my one level below max level vendor. And let's say I'm playing Hunter, right, which I am. I have 2 whites and 1 green for the entirety of my 4 hours I can buy from the merchant. So look how much money I have. There's nothing I can spend my gold on. There's no gold sink. I have all this money and all this treasure, and it doesn't do anything. It feels like it, at least. Oh, like a minute. Well, what I'm saying is not indicate. I'm not saying the game needs an auction house. That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm saying that the vendors really should be more useful than they are right now, because it feels like you spend all this time leveling the vendor up and then you get very minor benefits, which isn't great either, you know? You have everything maxed out, and you still have to recraft at least 3 to 4 pieces of gear if you die, and then upgrade them again. Forcing you to keep bad mats and keep the inventory too full. Well, that's another entire different issue too, right? So because you have to sit here and craft all of these early game, you have to craft early game armor to upgrade it into late game armor. I have to hold all of these random white materials in my stash for the entire season, which creates an even bigger issue because I don't have any inventory space. There's not enough space in this stash to store all of this stuff. Like, look, this entire chest is upgrade materials for my lodge and weapon and armor upgrade materials like the goggles and the helmet that I have nowhere to put it. So either I vendor it and then I will never ever be able to craft any gear, or I keep it in my stash, which creates the other issue of, well, I have no space. You know? All the problems kind of bleed into each other at the moment. Why not? We had these same issues last season, believe it or not. I had this same exact conversation 3 months ago when the player base was also around 1,000-ish players. And I had the same people in chat agreeing with what I was saying, that the game was too grindy and that they didn't want to play because it felt like they weren't progressing. I said the same exact thing. And we've gone full circle back to where it was last season, where the game still doesn't feel meaningful to loot. So it seems like we keep going back to the original gameplay loop that isn't fun and isn't working, you know? That's how it feels to me, at least. Are there people in the community that like the grind as it is right now? Probably. But those are probably the hardcore players that do nothing but play Legacy and don't care how grindy it is. You know? For 95% of the player base, I imagine this is a very real issue, or if it's not, they'll notice it once they start leveling up. Well, the bet you talk to hate the grind. Who was it? There was some guy that was telling me the game was not too grindy, but I don't remember his name. So I don't remember his name. But there was some guy that was defending it, because I was making these same claims in the creator chat. Because I know the devs will peek in there from time to time. So I was making some claims about, like, loot, exactly what I'm saying right now. And I had some creator, like, telling me I was wrong, and that the game was not too grindy, and that I was fine as it is. And, I was pretty, put my foot down and said that I thought he was wrong, you know? I disagreed. I think the game would be a lot more fun for everybody if the grind wasn't locked behind bets. Personally. Paid actor? I don't think Discord mods are... Well, I didn't say he was a mod. I don't know if he was or not. But... Because there was a mod I was talking to too, but I don't know if it was the mod or not at the time. Either way, I don't think he was paid. Crafting resources should be moved to a slot like Gold Gwynar, just permanently there. Or, Sky, my recommendation for stash is that I should be able to craft a chest that lets me store certain types of gear. So for example, let me craft a, you know, like a tailor chest that holds all items associated with the tailor, like cloth and all that other stuff. And then make that chest enormous and make it stack very high. You know, don't give me this 20 stack bullshit, you know. Like, let me stack, like, 50 to 100 in one slot in that chest. Like, give me big numbers, you know. Legendaries, lock behind a grind and massive power spike over items is fine, but blues are too hard to get. Well, yeah, I don't disagree. I don't mind legendaries being grindy. You know? Like, think about Dungeonborn legendaries. Dude, those were insane. Dungeonborn legendaries were crazy hard to get. You know? It's fun. If legendaries are gonna be rare like that, then fine. You know? But don't lock lower tier pieces of gear to make the game feel like you're not progressing. You know? This is the voice of a semi-casual player, because I don't think I'm casual, but I also am not a legacy sweat either, because I don't play this game like a lot. But as a semi-casual, the fact that I'm not progressing gear-wise means I know a lot of other people are not progressing that are casual too. I know it's gotta be a huge percentage of the player base. I know it has to be. Angry, I don't take the time to trade in this game, to be honest with you. It's nothing against you, I just don't trade. GG, sir. Get to drink some water, did you hear that? Why was my voice so weird there? That was a sweaty little fight. That's all green, right? I think that's all green. I do think it's very hard for Wizard to kill me, by the way. I have a very big advantage on him here. In my opinion, at least. I don't even think that's a skill diff. I think that's a blast diff, more than anything. I feel kind of bad for Wizards now. They used to be so good. Now they're just sad. It's just so sad. Nothing like they used to be. Handout box. Handout box? Bro, I never, bro, I like almost never take handouts. What are you talking about? I actively like avoid taking handouts as much as possible. I like to earn my stuff for the most part. I've always been that way. That's why I got into that big disagreement in the Dark and Darker, like way back in the day. Because I called out a streamer for taking like 1 billion handouts every stream. And they weren't too happy about that. I personally think this game should have a real trading system. I don't like I don't like taking the time to trade in game. I just think it feels silly. I'd rather, you know, trade, you know, a normal way, you know. I want to trade in, you know, like at the home, you know, the home menu or stash or something. Somewhere. Allow it in Social Hub? The only issue with that is I don't know if you can guarantee the people... Like, I don't know if you can guarantee people that'll be there for trading, so that would probably be obnoxious. I think that would be... I actually don't think that would be a very... The idea is there, but I don't know if in practice that would work out in the current... Like, because unless you have one social hub where every single player always joins, you have different instances, which would get very annoying for players, I think. In theory, it sounds cool, but I don't think they plan to add, you know, a huge number of players for one hub, you know? I have a full inventory. There's no point, is there? Not really. Yeah, I have a full inventory. There's no point. What do you think about the POI in the map for barter trades? Only as a side thing, not for main trading, I don't think. For a POI for barter trades, Mr. X, I would rather that be an AI, you know? I would rather that be, you know, maybe like a goblin or something. Like, I don't know, just somebody I can trade with on the map would be cool. I wouldn't mind that. Maybe he has like really rare gear or something that you can buy. Could just make a vendor with a drop down, trade X for different weapons. At least you would not have to disenchant to make 2 for 1. Well, you know, the disenchanting system, it's not even 2 for 1. It's more like 3 for 1. Because you don't get the, like, these materials. Like, let's go for an example here. So, if I want to upgrade this chest piece, I need 2, 1 bar, and I need a, like, one of these skulls. Let's say I'm gonna disenchant a blue chest piece. I get 1 armor crystal and then some scrap. Like, it's not 2 for 1. It's more like 3 for 1 or 4 for 1. Because you can't even get the special material that you need to craft that gear. It's a lot. It's very, very, very hard to get the materials necessary to craft. Hell, it was easier last season because it was actually 2 for 1. Now you have to find all this other random stuff. So it's way harder than it used to be, for sure. Yeah, I'm with you there. I agree. Deserter? I don't understand what that even means. You're late. Wait, you're late? The comment? Teasing me from running from PvP? Oh. Flip, I had a full inventory. What do you mean? I have a full inventory. I couldn't loot him even if I killed him. I had no space. Teasing, okay, that's fair, that's fair. But I did have a full inventory. So I think that's reasonable. Now, if I had hit him once or twice, I would have charged him for sure. But he got the hit on me anyway, so made sense to just dip out anyway. It's fine. Has anybody here happened to try Wildgate? I saw that it released today, but I also saw that it was squads of 4. So I didn't bother with it, but I've heard some good things about it. Although the reviews on Steam were mixed, so I'm not sure about that, but I did see quite a few positive comments on the game. So I did consider it. Looks fun, but I wish it was more adult themed. When you say adult themed, what do you mean? I haven't really seen much of the game, so I don't know exactly what you're what you're comparing it to. In game, at least. No, I don't think he means NSFW content. I don't think that's what he meant. Like gore? Oh, is there basically no gore in that game? It's like Fortnite? Gotcha. Well, that's what appeals to the children nowadays, so that's probably why it's made that way, I imagine. I guess. Can't have any blood in our shooter game. you know? Can't have any of that nonsense. Heck, in Dark and Darker, even the skeletons bleed. Right? The Reddit's so funny sometimes. The dad Reddit. The wife guy has left the company, so they can no longer... They have to do semi-wipes now. That's actually super funny. Usually the Reddit's real salty. Well, especially recently with everything going on. But I think it's been warranted. But no, in the past, the Reddit has been... I don't know. They just feel like they're always so angry over there. It's a funny little comment, though. Is my matchmaking bugged, or is it just not queuing? I've never had the matchmaking queue go this long. I mean, heck, I've played this game with 100 people in playtest and it never went this long. Wonder if it's bugged. I might have to restart my game if that's the case. I don't know, though. If I restart my game and then it pops me into a game, that'd be kind of annoying. I'm on the East Coast. Arc Raiders. Yeah, that game looks fun. I'm not really big on shooters, but you know, for what it's worth, I'm sure it'll be enjoyable. I don't know. And I mean, the cancel button's not working either, which makes me think it's 100% bugged. Alright. Be back in a minute. I don't know what else to do, so. Man. So we have 11 days. 11 days until we can start playing these playtest titles. Hopefully they don't disappoint. Hopefully, at least. Yeah, I think it bugged, right? Because it didn't even pop me in a game, so I think so. I'm assuming the servers aren't, like, suddenly down, right? What if I should check the Discord? I don't see anyone mentioning anything. Oh, there we go. I was wondering. I'm convinced the last key was bugged, but who knows? Any big improvements on this game are the same thing, but with Wizard. Well, there are 2 new maps, but no one plays them because the loot isn't good enough, and the maps people don't seem to like a whole lot at the moment. So, besides. That is so annoying. That mob was not doing me any favors. GG, that was a good little fight. Seemed like he knew what he was doing. Full whites too. Oh, anyway, so yeah, there's 2 new maps, Night Map and Crypts, but again, no one really plays them because the loot sucks, to put it, you know, bluntly, and the Night Map is too dark, and people just don't really like to play there. The Wizard is new, but Wizard got nerfed pretty heavily, so I don't really see a lot of Wizards anymore, and that's pretty much it, right? Mostly same old outside of Wizard in the maps. I imagine once they do some balance changes for the maps themselves, we'll probably see people play on them more. But right now, it's pretty rare. Yeah, the 2 new maps is nice. Worth it is nice. You just don't really see people play it because it's not worth it loot-wise, so people just play day instead. Beat Morthog solo? No, if I was gonna fight Morthog, I would probably just cheese him, and I just don't care enough to do it, so I just don't bother. Like, you can easily range cheese Morthog. I doubt they ever fixed it. He's been cheesable basically forever. Crypts map is fun, but yeah, it needs a loot boost. It's also one of the only maps that actually feels playable for Warrior, because you don't get infinitely kited by Hunters. Although Hunters in close range, even with a swift bow, kind of dunk on Warriors anyway. Yeah, I think the night map is it's just too dark. You only play Warrior for Crypts. Exactly that reason. It's the only map that Warrior feels usable. Yep. Yep, pretty much. If you want to play Warrior, it is by far the best map to play. Honestly, if you somehow get Blue Gear Warrior, you probably should only be playing Crypts. Just to increase your chances of not running into, like, a Longbow Hunter just flying across the map and just completely wrecking your face. Honestly, Mason Shield Warrior even probably works on Crypts. Although you need an axe though. You have to use axe for warriors. Because axe is just insane in melee against other warriors. It's just good in melee. The problem is that, like, other classes just won't melee you, so that's why it doesn't end up being that good. Like, what does Hunter care if you can Whirlwind Axe? Who cares? I'll just walk away and Cyclone, right? Not like there's a cooldown on Cyclone. The cooldown isn't really long enough to matter, so, you know. Good luck. Thank you, Clark, by the way, for the sub. I appreciate you. You dislike rogues and hunters most in this game? I also... No, I hate priests, too. I hate fighting priests. That class is insane. Hunter, priest, and rogue are all on that list. A good priest, yeah, the amount of shielding, healing, damage they have is crazy. It is not easy to kill a good priest. If a priest really knows what they're doing, good luck. Being able to shield block and do all actions while blocking is, I think, probably one of the craziest things about that class. I think so, at least. What do you think the dev talk will be about? When is the next dev talk? Can you remind me? Wednesday? Yeah, I have no idea. If I'm around, maybe I'll stream the dev talk. I haven't done a stream with a dev talk since last season, but if I'm not doing anything, maybe I'll do that. Well, I know that they've already mentioned increasing the loot. I hope they talk about that a little bit and their other plans for the maps. Like, I already know they've talked about making the night map greater and increasing loot, but I don't know to what degree. So I hope they maybe have some video footage to show us of what the night map is supposed to look like. And also, you know, what the loot should be, or what the loot will look like after the update. The last dev talk is the 30th. Yeah, but again, I haven't done a single stream of the dev talk since the start of the season. That's all. I'm just saying I used to stream the dev talks. I just haven't done it in a while. Even with that in mind, it's still been a minute. Playing Hunter is like playing a shooter. I was born to play Arc Raiders. Bro, it's not the same. Bow combat is not the same as a shooter. That is not... No. No, it's not. That's a bunch of bull. That is not the same. Absolutely not. It's a completely different thing. The same way I wouldn't call Midnight Walkers a shooter. Technically, Midnight Walkers has guns, but I still wouldn't call it a shooter. It's a very different genre. It's different, right? Yeah, I mean, put simply, shooter extractions just are not as fun as these extraction games are. Even if the masses disagree with me, I don't really care. You know, I still feel the way that I do. He's gotta be almost dead for me to pot, right? Maybe I should just kill real quick. Can't get hit twice, that'd be crazy. Oh, he's gotta be almost dead, right? He's gotta be. He's like one shot for sure. Come on, I know you're low. There we go. I was gonna say. Oh, this is such a bad spot for me to fight. I have no space whatsoever. I just have no space. It's like fighting in crypts almost. It's like the only spot in the entire game or map that I think the wizard actually can kill me. I think. I need way more space than being in this tiny ass cave. Well, I'm pretty sure he's in, like, whites or grays, right? One or the other. Yeah, that spot is really, really bad for me. Funny how crazy positioning can change a fight, right? Because this guy has basically zero chance of killing me, except for in this cave. Yeah, it's funny how that goes. He almost got me. A good try. That's why I don't play Hunter on Crypts. It really sucks trying to play this on a claustrophobic space. Same difference. Never went into caves when you play Hunter. Yeah, honestly, the other ogre is better to kill. if you fight back there and then someone rushes you, because there's nowhere to go, it's a really shitty spot to be. It's true. Shortbow is good for Crips. I don't think Shortbow is good against Priest, though, is the problem. Priest kind of dumpster Shortbow, in my opinion, so I don't really know if it's really good. It's usable, but I think Longbow is generally better. I think if you play Crips, you just don't play Hunter. I think you just play Priest, you know? So we'll make a game like PlanetSide 2. I don't think I ever played PlanetSide 2. I never played the first one either. Alright, well. I give up. I just can't be bothered to, I can't be bothered to organize this anymore. I can't do it. One reason you want our creators is you were a Cycle Frontier player. I never played Cycle Frontier, but I've heard people talk about it a lot. I heard the devs killed it or something, right? It was a sleeper. If they managed it better, it could have been amazing even now. Sounds like Dungeonborn. If it had only had been managed better. If only. They had a huge hacker problem. Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, hackers will definitely ruin the game for sure. Yeah, it makes sense. You found me through Dungeonborn. You were full degenning that game. Oh, so you're already fully aware then. Okay, got it. You're already fully aware of the woes. Okay, good, good. So I don't have to sit here and explain it to you. Perfect. I kind of wish companies like Dungeonborn, just as an example, would sell off their IP. You know, would sell off the rights to their games. Because they're not using it anyway, right? So who cares? Oh, is this guy naked? Why are you naked? Why are you naked? What are you doing? Bro has 20 logs on him. You're coming for me? Glitch, that's crazy. I'm just an innocent hunter. I'm not even good at the game. Oh my god, that missed! No way, that missed! What? Oh my god, the slowest travel time in the world. That's one. How much for Dungeonborn IP? I have no idea. But yeah, it's really confusing to me. I don't understand what the benefit of, like, for the company. Like, what is the benefit of the company holding the game hostage? You know? Why not just sell it to some other company or someone else that will actually do something with it? Like, if anything, you'll make more money. Like, why not? For real? These devs... Well, it's weird, right? I mean, you have a game that I bet you someone in the world will probably be willing to buy. I mean, Dungeonborn was a big game. It's not even just DB. There's other games out there, too. Same difference. You know? You have, like, these big games that just get killed off by, like, poor development or poor management. Why would you not want to make extra money and then just kind of sell the game off? I don't know. Well, that's fair. At this point, Dungeonborn has lost its time to shine. There are so many extraction games coming. Yeah, too little, too late for sure. Yeah, they've basically lost their chance at this point, I think. How about I'll give them $5. That's $5 more than they had yesterday. What do you think? Maybe I could have convinced them. Maybe. Got $5, make it 10? Bro, they're rich! That's like 2 Minecraft skins. Crazy. What a deal. My god, that was disgusting. Jesus. That guy got kind of clapped. Holy. GG. It's a full Dark and Darker emote. Yeah, but you don't want a Dark and Darker. You don't want to buy that, right? Any new extraction games this next fest? The only extraction games that I know of, Hughes, is from the video that I posted this morning. I made a whole video on every extraction game that I'm personally aware of, and the dates of patch. Embrace Mistfall? Yeah, but Lich, Mistfall isn't in my hands yet. So until Mistfall Hunter is playable, it doesn't matter. You watched that video and added all the games to your Steam wishlist? All of them? Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy work. Alright, that works. Yeah, these devs should be paying me then, huh? That was all free labor right there for them. That was not a sponsored video. Any news on Mistfall? Nope. Not that I'm aware of. Trust me, when I know something about Mistfall Hunter, you will know something because I'll share it with you as soon as I know. You're desperate? Yeah, I am pretty desperate too. Man. Soon. Soon, trademark. Right? Gotta be soon. Yeah, I think a lot of us are desperate for additional extraction games. Well, right now, you have the PvE players who were playing Dad for PvE only, and those players are trying to find somewhere to go because they're going to remove PvE at the end of the season, which apparently is going to be June 26th, so it's sooner than I thought. You're going to have the, you know, normal players, the solos, the duos that are trying to find a new game, right? There's a lot of people that'll be looking, for sure. Do the semi-wipe, is this normal? No. Balance, there is nothing normal about this dad wipe. There is nothing normal about anything that's going on for Dark and Darker. It's weird. This semi-wipe shit is super strange. I have no idea. Alright, Twilight, I'll catch you later. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. Yeah, at this point, I have shared as much information as I have on all the games that I'm aware of coming out. I don't think there's anything that I missed in terms of extraction games. I've pretty much given everything I got. Yeah, did you guys see this announcement? Did you guys see this? They released it at 8 o'clock this morning. Semi-wipe announcement in preparation for Early Access Season 7. Super strange. To proper ensure a Season 7 start, we'll be performing a semi-wipe of Early Access Season 6 on June 26. The purpose of this is to polish and balance large-scale item change so they can be properly tuned for critical Season 7 launch. Please note that the season number will remain Season 6. As part of the semi-wipe, items and Triumph will be reset. Adventure leaderboard will be included. The scope of wipe is still being finalized ahead of the season. 87.1 is scheduled to go live later to help players reach their adventure rank goals. Yeah, so basically this is going to be a no content wipe. It's really weird. Like it's very strange. I really don't understand what's going on here. You were just hello, you were just hanging around. Oh, you said good night, and I thought that meant you were leaving. Never mind. I don't play Dad. Jimmy, Dad is one of my main games, but I've kind of given up on it with the recent stuff going on. You were once known as Citizen? Wait, are you the other Citizen? Are you the Citizen that I know from Twitch? Are you that Citizen? Citizen Red? That it? I don't remember. Yup. Bro, you can't just change your name on me. That's crazy. How am I supposed to remember you now? What the heck? Insane. Rug pull? Honestly, it does kind of feel a little bit like a rug pull. It's kind of crazy. Like, the PvE thing alone is kind of crazy to me. Like, they sold people PvE for a whole season to get rid of it is insane. I just don't get it. You're sorry? You should be sorry. How dare you change your Twitch name on me? Nothing is clear. The communication from SCF is always weird. Do we keep quests, level, stash, loot? No, definitely not. I doubt it. It's gonna be a wipe. Everything's gone. I'm probably at least. You need your help. You're getting your cheeks clapped in this game. You just need to know. You just need to craft white gear. Fav, what class are you playing? Because that makes a difference. One upside of the situation is that the rise and fall of Dark and Darker video essay will go crazy. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to make it. Oh my god, we're gonna have to make a rise and fall of Dark and Darker. Right next to Dungeon Board and Greed is Good. Imagine that. Oh shit. Yeah, we'll do that and we'll see. If Dad goes under 1,000 players, I'll make the video. That's my like cutting point. If we go under 1,000, video will be in the works, and I'll have to start pulling all the info. Think Dad has to hit rock bottom. You're not wrong. I don't know if SCF could see the light without hitting the bottom. Playing a rogue, trying to learn the game. You saw you get buffs like the stats and DB from crafting white. Yeah, the white gear is very good in this game, Fav. Because white gear has the same gear effects that purple, green, blue, and legendary have. It's all the same effects. So yeah, white is very good. I don't play a lot of rogue though, so I don't know what advice I can give you other than focus on just getting your character leveled up as soon as possible. You know, kill mobs, get those extractions. Swords are easier for PvE than daggers as well, so keep that in mind. Looking likely, you can't explain SCF's decisions. I can't either. I don't understand either. I wish I had the editing skills to make like a true Dark and Darker downfall video. My editing is like pretty mediocre. You know, I only know how to do like the bare minimum. I don't have the editing skills to make the kind of video that I would like to make. Maybe just for that video, I'll have to recruit somebody to help with it. It would take a lot of time and research to get everything from Dark and Darker together, I imagine. Also, I don't want to copy Not Like This's video too. So. Well, you know, it's funny. I've seen some people say that certain companies, they listen too much to their, you know, players and make bad decisions based on that. In Iron Mace's case, they don't listen enough, apparently. It's like SCF has blinders on. He does not want to listen. He has no interest in listening to anything anyone has to say. Crazy. Bro, people love drama videos and history videos like that. Yeah, they love it. I kind of wish I had added video footage to my game list that I made earlier today, but to be honest, I didn't even think about it. Like, I was just kind of making the video, and then I mentioned earlier that I had, like, a scope for the video, which was actually a channel update video. And then, all of a sudden, I thought, hey, it would actually be cool to make it a list. So I just kind of started, you know, talking, and I just was focusing more on figuring out what games I wanted to add. Didn't even think about adding the gameplay until the comments were like, hey, where's the gameplay of the footage? Like, oh, shit, I don't know where it is. Didn't think about it. I've also never made a video game list in my life. That is the first video on YouTube I've ever made. That was a list of games. So, you know, that's it. SDF is insane. That's true. That's true. He is insane. Yes. That sounds about right. Honestly, the best content to make for Dark and Darker right now, unironically, is drama videos. If you're not making dad drama videos, is there even a point anymore? The concept of the next wipe is removing solo and duo. True, true. Good content, good content. The removal of content. The opposite of good content. Beautiful. Hey, Broha, welcome, welcome. Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing alright. Also, guys, if you are enjoying the stream, if you don't mind liking the video on the YouTube side, I appreciate it. It's a bot, so. Okay. The opposite of content? Yeah, something like that. When is the spell cleric stream? It already happened. You missed it. Oops. What? What indeed? You missed it. Spell cleric will never be played on my channel again. We're done, so. We're done for good. Unlucky. Unlucky. It's okay, it went really bad. It was terrible. So you didn't miss much. The VOD is on my YouTube though, if you want to watch it. My VODs are always there, so feel free. Pocket Sands was there. Sad as usual. So, you know, we got that going for him. I thought maybe he'd be happy. He was not happy. He's never happy. Perpetually sad. He showed up, but he was sad. You missed it? You did miss it. It's tough, man. Oh, I get it, Citizen. You were just so busy changing your Twitch name that you forgot to show up. That's fine. I get it. Must have been a big event. Swapping your name, this Twilight Prince. I get it. It's okay. It's fine. There's always next time. Oh, wait. Maybe not. Looks explorable. Yeah, the map is pretty big. For sure. Are you miffed? No, I'm not miffed at you. It's just funny. I'm trying to figure out the lore. The lore behind the changed name. We have 5K clowns on the last message. Don't worry, they'll probably remove those soon. And then they'll pretend like there were never any clown messages. They like to do that sometimes. I just do a little joke, you know? You can tell me if you want. Oh, you can tell me if you want. It's simple. You're active at night, especially on streams. Oh my god. Okay. Sure. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I get it. That's crazy. That's crazy. Alright. Let me think. Good. Goes right. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, it's perfectly okay. I'm still gonna think you a citizen, Red, but it's fine. What the? PvP is lacking right now, or the server's like this always? What do you mean by that? Do you mean like the number of players that I'm seeing in games? I actually think I found a good bit of players. I think I've been finding a few players per game. I mean, that's on par with like Dark and Darker when I play like, you know, HR. Even in normals games, I think it's relatively on par for the most part. Might be a little emptier than usual, but I think I'm still finding a decent number of players, right? Didn't I just have like a 5-kill game or something? I think it was 5. I think so. I just don't loot ears anymore because I don't want to have to sell them individually. Because the Goblin Merchant doesn't grab those, so yeah. I don't bother with those anymore. You just joined? That's possible. Yeah, I think you might have missed some of the bigger games that I had earlier. I do believe. We have more clown emojis than players on Steam. Nice. Nice. That's a W update right there for sure. Yeah, that's sick. W clown emoji farm. Looks like Fantasy Warframe. This game? I've never played Fantasy Warframe. Not an extraction game though, right? Doesn't sound like one. Where'd it go? Let's head down to the ogre. Meant Warframe, but a fantasy version? Oh, okay. Got it. Now, that said, the player base is definitely starting to shrink. I think we're heading down the path of last season, where everybody's kind of done all of the content, and the player base is probably going to, you know, shrink every single week from here on out. Probably down to a few hundred players is my guess, until next season. So at a certain point, you know, this game will probably not be worth playing until next season. It's just, I wouldn't be surprised just because that's what happened last season. My hope is that by the time that happens, I'll have other games to play, so it won't be that big of a deal. That's my guess, at least. You debated refunding because you were getting owned so bad. Yeah, this game, I do stand by, this game is not very new player friendly at all. It's absolutely not. Bro, we don't need Dungeonborn anymore. We have Mistfall Hunter. That game is perfectly adequate to replace it. It's fine. It's opposite. Steam charts goes up. Not from the start of the season. Start of the season, we had like 3,500 players. We've been bleeding players pretty much every week since the first week. I mean, I'm pretty confident on that. Good to watch 5 videos to figure out how to be on the same page. I don't even think there's that much legacy content out there, is there? I think I've made a whopping 2 legacy videos this season. Quite frankly, because there's not a lot of players right now, so they don't really generate like a whole lot of like hype / views, so I don't really focus too much time on that content. The dad drama farm has been more worthwhile recently. Well, I didn't say Mistfall's a complete replacement, but it's as close as we're gonna get. Most likely, at least. You know, now that you said that we're, like, the lobbies feel dead, now we're not gonna find a single player, so thanks for that. Is that how it's gonna be? Probably. For an extraction game, I would say 1,000 is still on the lower end. Like, realistically, I think games like this need several thousand players, you know? Not to mention the, like, you need, like, more of a streamer base, too. This game does not have a lot of streamers, you know? Like, I've kept tabs on you know, the category. Very rarely do I see over a few hundred streamers or a few hundred viewers in the like the Twitch category. So it's definitely missing something there at the moment. How do you deal with rogues? Either throw traps near you and play around these. You can also throw seed bombs down, and then if they teleport to you, they'll hit the seed bomb and it'll make it hard for them to hit you. Those are the best ways that I know of personally. You can also cyclone. Jump in the air. If they teleport while you're in the air, they'll fall down and hit the ground. You jinxed it? Yeah, probably. Probably. Well, what advertising investment did they do this season? They gave free game codes away, but let's be honest here. Free game codes are a free investment, right? I mean, you're not technically giving money away, you're just giving away copies of your game to people that probably wouldn't have bought it anyway, probably. So that's not really a high cost advertisement, you know? Then you have, what? The free weekend, which again, isn't really much cost. You know, like you have to pay for server costs for those players, but I think that's a relatively low cost in terms of advertising. Outside of that, I don't think I've ever seen a single advertisement for this game. Outside of that, correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, definitely not a huge amount from what I've seen. They sponsored streamers last season. I know because they tried to sponsor, oh my god, was it so bad? I think it was so bad. The guy, there was a streamer last season that quit and said the game sucked and he wasn't gonna take the money. Guy just killed. He left the game. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I feel bad. I feel very bad. Oh. Poor warrior, man. Bro, he didn't have any loot. I don't know what you think you took, but there was nothing there. I mean, the body was... Yeah, I don't know. I guess he doesn't want to fight. It was so bad? I thought so. I thought it was so bad, but I wasn't entirely sure. Yeah, they paid him... I think it was like 300 bucks to stream on day one, and then he just... like, quit the game and said it sucked, and... you know, like, tore open his contract. Something like that. Not the PvP you were looking for? Wait, so that PvP doesn't count? Okay, that's fair, that's fair. Hey, it's not my fault the priest ran from me. I would have fought him. You don't blame him? You mean the priest? Yeah, I don't really blame him either, but... Oh shit, oh good. Okay, maybe we we need to back up. That like went from 100 to 0 real fast. Make sure you spectate after game. You mean to see how many players are here? Yeah, I can do that. If it's a teaming priest? I mean, I can check. I don't know if they were teaming or not, though. Why? Is there a priest and a rogue who have been known to team? Wow, guy got freaking pooped on. Okay, well, GG. It's off. There you go. We killed a decent player. Surely you're happy now, right? Well, that probably isn't the teaming rogue because the priest is nowhere to be found. Dude, those explosive arrows are so good. If I don't explosive arrow there, I don't think I ever kill that rogue. But the damage over time effect from the explosive arrow is crazy. That was a little better? Okay, good. I'm glad I was able to appease you, sir. Good thing. Wasn't seal clubbing? That rogue knew what he was doing. There was no part of that rogue fight where I think he did not know what he was doing. I mean, he was even using the poison darts. Noob rogues don't do that. You and I both know that. Aim for 7? I got 5 earlier. What do you mean I got 5? Isn't that okay? That's crazy. I'll be back in 1 second. Alright, guys. I'm actually going to go ahead and call it there for the night. Thank you all for stopping by for the stream. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you're on YouTube, if you don't mind liking the video before you go, I'd appreciate it. Helps the VOD, so thank you in advance. If you're on Twitch, don't forget to drop a follow. Should be live again tomorrow, as far as I know. Although I will be busy tomorrow morning, so I'm not exactly sure yet. We'll see. I should be here. So thank you all. See you guys. Have a great rest of your night.